comparative law. Here to my side, I have part of the organizing committee, Professor Diego Arroyo, Secretary General of the Academy. The adjunct secretary is present, but always working in the backstage as usual. And then I would like to name the other members of the local committee without whom we could not ever have organized this. First, Professor Valesca Heiser from Universidade Federal do Espírito Santo. I'll talk later about UFES and about Vitória, your home state, and Professor Daniela Vargas from RIO, who is here representing also Professor Nádia de Araújo, who helped us immensely with her experience as well. And also at RIO, she's taking all the measures in the backstage this afternoon in order to be able to host our second session, which will take place at PUC tomorrow. So now I have the honor of counting on the technical staff of UERJ who are helping us to transmit this session and allow you to have a message from our president, Professor Caterina Burke, and to summarize. And so, most welcome, Professor Caterina. It's a pleasure to hear some words, and I must apologize that in Rio de Janeiro, we have come back to classes very recently, so we are still getting organized. I myself, I came to UERJ for the first time.
You can talk, Professor. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Dear Marilda, dear organizers, dear colleagues and participants, dear friends, I'm delighted to say a few words of welcome at this regional comparative law conference, which has been organized by 2 universities in Rio de Janeiro, together with the International Academy of Comparative Law. Unfortunately, I cannot be present at the premises in Rio, but technology makes it possible to see each other and listen to each other, even if we are at different locations, thousands of miles apart. It gives me great pleasure that this conference has been organized in South America, where we'll be having our World Conference of Comparative Law in October of this year in Asunción. Since so many comparatists are gathered at this conference, we also take the opportunity to inform about this one-week conference, which takes place only every 4 years. I'm enthusiastic about the title of this conference, the Inescapable Comparative Approach Dealing with Contemporary Legal Challenges. I'm convinced that in dealing with today's problems, we indisputably and inevitably need the comparative law approach. In our legal education, we learn to think critically. Hence, critical thinking should enable us not only to ask questions about the legislative rule that has been enacted by the legislative body. We should also question the decision of the highest court in our countries and regions, or the authoritative opinion expressed in a legal handbook by a famous legal scholar. In legal practice and in legal scholarship, this is our daily bread and butter. Hence, we have been trained in doubting ready-made solutions, questioning their rationale and offering new solutions that are adapted to the changed circumstances. But how can we offer other solutions? The easiest way to find inspiration for developing a different solution or rule is to cross legal borders, since outside our own jurisdiction, a plethora of different approaches and solutions exist, which might provide a better approach, might be more efficient, might comply with our needs, and might, however, also dispel possible doubts that our solution is the right one under the given circumstances. Those who advocate critical thinking usually do not explicitly recommend that we look beyond our own legal system and immerse ourselves in the comparative approach. In contrast, those who have been engaging in comparative research will emphasize its immense potential. There is no doubt that critical thinking should include the comparative approach. Quite often, the one even necessitates the other, or to put it differently, the comparative perspective is part and parcel of critical thinking. Apart from this interconnectedness, it is generally acknowledged that taking a comparative perspective widens one's horizons and provides inspiration. And for decades, it has been used in lawmaking, legal doctrine, and judicial decisions. And almost 100 years ago, it was institutionalized at the global level by establishing the International Academy of Comparative Law. Dear Marilda, dear organizers, thank you for having put your ideas about comparative law and contemporary legal issues into this conference. I wish us all 2 days of interesting interventions and discussions, which will demonstrate that the comparative approach is truly inescapable. Thank you very much.
Because I'd like to invite our main speaker for today, which is Professor Heloísa Helena Barbosa, the Dean of the Law School of UERJ. We are very proud to have Professor Heloísa as our Dean. It's like 100% of the professors and technical people who admire her. Maybe I should exaggerate, it's 100%. But it's to celebrate because it's the first major professor who took up this mission. And coincidentally, we were very lucky, not her, that she was the one to face the challenge of having 2 years our university working and productive through the remote condition. So Professor Heloísa, also a member of the Academy, we are very proud to have you. Thank you very much for supporting this event.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes? Thank you. Somebody, she's a good friend of mine. Yes. I thank you for on research. Our decisions. Okay, again. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As the rector of the Rio de Janeiro State Law School, I would state that great joy that we wish to welcome the participants of the Comparative Law International Academy Regional Meeting. Be all most welcome. I think you are that sorry. Okay, I think now it's fair, it sounds fair. Well, I take your lead to highlight that the comparative law International Academy Regional is being held at a historical moment for the Rio de Janeiro State University Law School, which has just celebrated its 87th year of existence. For the first time, its directorship is being held by a woman. This great honor, which I have been awarded, actually transcends very much my person, as it represents a context for women, especially for those who have already taught at this school. It's important to emphasize that Rio de Janeiro State University was one of the pioneering Brazilian universities to adopt in 2004 the racial quota system, which is comprised in the Affirmative Action Program created in 2000 in the state of Rio de Janeiro. This system, through vacancy reservation, aims to facilitate the admission and permanence of the vulnerable students in higher learning, such as Black and Indian students, persons with special needs, and quilombolas, persons descending from runaway slaves who absconded communities, namely quilombo. It's important to clarify that the admission of such students is made based on their self-statement of their poverty. These students start to receive a permanent scholarship, helping them throughout their university studies, aiming at helping them to buy didactic material. It has been rightfully said that the quota policy was the great silent revolution implemented in Brazil and which benefits the entire society, as it has increased fourfold the number of Black students admitted to college in Brazil. No country in the world has done this to their Black people. This process, no doubt, signals toward real change for Black community. I think, as a Rio de Janeiro State University Law School professor, the invitation to partake in this meeting and presents its inaugural lecture, a great honor for me. The task entrusted to me also entails great responsibility. When in light of the keynote of this meeting, facing the challenge currently posed against the law under the outlook of an inescapable comparative approach. The complexity of the themes to be appreciated may be ascertained by a simple look at the scheduled program, which involves cultural issues, goes through infrastructure, energy, technology, and reach the humanitarian crisis and the economic consequences from the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. The need to deal with these issues, especially under the legal viewpoint, in a comparative manner, clearly emerged when one takes into account economic globalization and the fact that we are living in the digital era. Although a number of specialists state that economic globalization has been put at stake with the war in Ukraine, no doubts remain as to its reach, as to its strong effects throughout the world, permitting the debates in various areas of knowledge. The same affirmative may not be made as to the effects of said digital era, featured by overt predominance of the internet, not only as a means of communication, as well as a means of intervening in people's lives. The change in the space-time from this predominance is already enough too deeply to shake, as it already does, the social relations. A lot has already been studied and written on the changes to relations. However, it's still necessary to debate, study, and write about an internet future which displays great effects. As clarified by the philosopher Byung-Chul Han, the control power which emanates from this true digital panoptical brings about a new change in paradigm. It's not a biopolitical disciplinary society, but rather the psychopolitical transparency society. In place of biopower, psychopower is ushered in. According to Byung-Chul Han, psychopolitics is poised too, with the help from the digital surveillance, to read and to control thoughts, as it bears conditions to intervene in the psychological process and thus to deliver the homo digitalis to the psychopolitical program and control. These brief considerations on the existing paradigms seek to outline the scenario where juris acts in the law for visualizing the dimensions of the challenge law scholars will be there ahead. New issues overlap those existing for a long time. Side by side, the cultural difference and the statement of diversity and plurality existing among nations, one ascertains that the permanence of multiple common problems, such as the intense need for protection of the human being, particularly of the individuals bearing specific vulnerabilities, as well as that of the environment, for the survival of all living beings. There are no further isolated questions in a globalized world ruled by biopower and psychopolitics. Therefore, contemporary law finds no way of escaping a comparative approach. Thank you all for your kind attention. I apologize, but I have to be in 5 minutes. I hope you understand. But first, I'm going to listen to the important things our dear Professor Maria was saying. Well, I divided my initial greetings because I knew Professor Luisa would need to leave us. So I'll speak only 5 minutes more concerning the initial message that I had planned. But since she was so generous as to allow me a bit of time, I'll never refuse using it. So I'll develop some thoughts about the interaction that's the theme of our encounter today. So I just wanted to follow up on my thanks, because of course, this meeting was always conceived by Diego Arroyo as a small meeting. When I was concerned about the shape of the event, he assured me, we are not worried about quantity, we're worried about quality. So I think the big challenge of organizing an event when we did not know yet if the Catholic Book RIO would be open. Actually, Book RIO is opening today, and Professor Daniela has a lot of responsibility for the academic and administrative roles. So Professor Nadia Araújo told me, I'm positive and I have faith, but I cannot guarantee. The same to our side, because
the local professor, like Professor Daniel, he knows that we are divided between the professors who are giving classes online and the ones who are in session. So what did we manage to achieve? We have here professors, beginning from the south, you must forgive me. We begin with Rio Grande do Sul. Although Cláudia Lima Marques could not join us, we have Professor Augusto Jäger here, whom I met in Hamburg, and after that, we became friends of the whole family. Then USP, who is my second alma mater in Brazil, how lucky could we be to expect to have both Professor Paulo Casella, who everybody knows, that's one of the main references for us in Brazil, and Professor José Augusto Fontoura Costa, who is a partner in many projects that we share. And also we have other professors from USP who are not here today, but will join us, like Professor André de Carvalho Ramos and Professor Wagner Freire. Of course, from UERJ, we have Professor Heloísa herself, who is a member, Professor Daniel Brumbal, myself, and then coming up, not choosing out of the merit, but choosing out of the heart. It's hard not to mention UFIS first, and Fabrício will forgive me. Professor Valesca, in the past few years, she had made many alliances, so she is one of the strengths that we have to work as a network. She is one of the best hostesses for legal meetings, and I must tell you, with Fabrício from Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais, who has a lot of personal issues, but came for the day, and Professor Inês Lopes from UNB, that's a dangerous triangle. São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro have to watch, because that triangle is something in Brazil. So I would love to have professors from the Northeast. We don't, but we have here a former student who is now a professor at Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. We have also Vera Liquidato, that we can say that she is omnipresent because she has many relationships. And now I learned that not only we are lucky that we gain her from UERJ, that she will be working at UERJ as well. And then we have the new generation of scholars that are here. I'm very proud that I have my former assistant professor and the present, who I inherited from Fabrício. So Marcel and Fabrício, they represent the young generation of jurists that are here. So with these words, I think I'm speaking already too much for an initial talk, because I have to say goodbye to Luisa. But I brought this because two of them belong to me, but one of them belongs to José Augusto, and I'm going to deliver it to him in public. So this is only an example of how the academy encourages us, pushes us to productivity. That's one kind of report that was done in the past, that I have no merit whatsoever in this, I'm just showing. But I am very lucky, because when this small issue was published by Diego and Catarina, I was there in Fukuoka, and also José Augusto was there. So we published a book, and we were very lucky that Springer was selling the book there. But what I brought to you is one that Springer was not so efficient in sending by mail, so I got the wrong books, so I got the book which should be delivered to José Augusto, and I promised him that I would give him, but I could only meet him virtually in the past 2 years. So this is to show that this is an encouragement. So because of Diego and Catarina's encouragement, I organized this volume with Gustavo Pepedino, which for me is a historical achievement, because it was the first time that I participated as a rapporteur of Brazil, and my topic was corporate social responsibility in the group led by Catherine Kessejan. But so many Brazilians here with important issues. So I'll circulate the books and I'll make like a sorteio, né? One for the graduate and one for the undergrads of just green book. And then I'll bring tomorrow 2 for book. Now I would like to ask if any of the members of the organizing committee would like to say us a few words. Then we say goodbye to Eloisa, and I will use a little bit of her time to share with you some thoughts that I presented in the Congress of CBDI in 2019 in Paraíba, because that was exactly the topic. I was influenced by the reports of Direito. I was enchanted by the classes, and then I quoted some of the concepts of that class, but mostly I explained what we've been doing the past few years in comparative law at UERJ. So at least here, we've got this to say farewell. So,
thank you, Marida. I would like just to thank the director of the law school and all the people here present and the other people from far places following this meeting. I will have many opportunities to intervene. If you look at the program, I don't know why, I think it's a failure of Alexander, but I am present in several parts of the program, which you can be sure that was not me. And for that, I would like to stop here just by saying that I'm very happy to be back here. I was a visiting professor in 2014 for 3 months here, and we have been activities in this beautiful room. And I would like to mention here how happy we were at that time with classes here in this very floor, but also with some seminars in the Charlie Botanical Garden, and that were really, for me, a unique moment of my academic career. So I'm very happy to be back. I hope that presentiality will be the rule now and in the future. We are facing other problems now, and I am notwithstanding very confident in the future and in the international law and in the wisdom of the people to come back to the rule of law and the international law. So I give the floor to my colleagues and friends, Valencia and Daniel.
So much to say, but I'm proud to be here. It's a great pleasure to share with you all this moment, this seminar of Comparative Academy of Comparative Law. I'd like to thank Professor Lisa, I'd like to thank a lot Professor Marisa Gonzalez, Professor Gilma Mori, for this opportunity, not only to be here eventually the panel, but also to invite me to be part of this organizing committee. It's an honor to collaborate with Marilda, with Diego, with Daniel and Nadia, with Alexandre, in think and carry out this event after 2 years from Commission. I'm so glad to be here and welcome. That's all. Thank you.
Just in the name, I'm here representing Nadia Araújo, who wasn't able to be here with us today. And in the name of RIO, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the honor of having us as co-hosts of this great endeavor. It's the first the first in-person meeting that we have in a law school at least in Rio in the last 2 years. So I think we're very proud that it starts in this very historical room at the State University of Rio de Janeiro. And I would like to also to express my congratulations to Professor Heloisa for having being the first female dean of such a great law school, and I'm sure that this makes us all very proud. And I think UERJ is very lucky to have you at this moment. And so to all those that are present, I hope to host you all tomorrow at Cookie Rio, and that we'll have a great event. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Just to say goodbye and thanks a lot. And really, I'm leaving you broken heart. I would like to stay. Have a nice meeting for all of you. Thank you.
Caterina, are you bearing with us?
Excuse me. Well, Marilda, it is a very bad connection, so I cannot understand everything. So I wonder whether you could hear me well.
Now I can. Now I can. What I'm saying is that if you have a commitment and you want to leave, you must feel free with us. Since our team was very generous and she spoke very briefly and allowed me to use part of the time, I use it because we have a coffee break planned for 3:30. So I'll use 15 minutes and then I'll allow my colleagues, because I have representative of the main universities in Brazil. I would like to hear a word from each of them. I don't want to use that half an hour. I'm just going to show some slides to indicate that was exactly the thing that we covered in the big meeting that I wanted to go on Paraíba. I don't remember. It was a conference of international law that was going to take place in our list of Brazil.
So there I shared some thoughts about exactly this inescapable interaction.
Okay, excellent. I try to reconnect at my time 8:30 if I'm not, no, 7:30 if I'm not mistaken, that you continue your conference.
So I'm going to speak now, and my colleagues at the opposite at 3:30 will have a coffee break.
Okay, then I will stay. Then I will listen, try to listen.
I'm very honored that you stay with us until 3:30, because then I'll ask my colleagues to introduce themselves after I speak for 15 minutes. So you'll be able to get to know the main professors of international law in Brazil. A large part of them are here now in this room.
Okay, wonderful. I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, Marilda.
And now I'll go back to a very small part of my presentation.
Pesadíssimos. Então, vocês já viram, estou anunciando. Eu vou começar pela fila, né? os que estão na frente, o Fabrício, Valesca, Daniela, Augusto, e assim vou, para que depois que eu falar agora 10 ou 15 minutos, vocês se apresentarem, que a Catarina vai estar assistindo. Ok. Posso começar agora a minha apresentação? Now I'm waiting for the technical support so that I can show part of my PowerPoint. So as I mentioned, I'm using this general style of Professor Colonialism to show you a little part of the presentation that I made in Paraíba, because I exactly covered this issue. Of course, I deleted the first part that was personal, but I covered this issue because the Congress was in August, and I had watched the course of Diego in July. And for many years in UERJ, I've had a course, which is the Private International Law course, but the name is Contemporary Private International Law, and one of the main modules covers this text of authors that talk about this interaction, about this necessary dialogue between the public international law and private international law. And of course, this course had a very positive influence from the period that Diego just mentioned, that he was a visiting professor at UERJ in 2014. And it was like shaking up my little course that I've been giving for some years, and each year renewing the bibliography. But that was a positive shock in 2014 that encouraged me to create this module about interaction. So that's what I decided to share in Paraíba. And then exactly the first text that I quoted was a text that Diego had shared with us in July, that he wrote in partnership with Matane Mbenge, who is a brilliant professor of public international law in the University of Geneva, some of you. And they were so important for me at that time, because I had been reading and sharing with the students doctrinal texts. And in this text, Diego and Matane, they analyze how the International Court of Justice, International Arbitration, Commercial Arbitration, and the Investor-State Dispute Settlement used some concepts of private international law. So that's a very interesting text that, if any of you does not know, I recommend. Then I show some examples of authors that we have been reading with the students, of course, maybe starting with Lovenfeld, which had a seminal text about this interaction, but many others that I was finding some of them, but the title of the article by Diego and Matane was the big influence, because they were the ones to use this expression of inescapable interaction. And their partnership in itself is a good example as well. So I also showed the audience there in Paraíba, which was an audience of students and professors of international law, how it was important to have the comparative law in the law school and the relationship with private international law. And in that same year, just to mention one of the initiatives of Professor Valesca and Professor Inês, I don't remember if in that one Fabrício also took part, that promising triangle that I mentioned, they had promoted a very interesting, encompassing Congress in Brasilia, she has brought the book. She can show, please, when she speaks. Ines, please show it when you speak, when it's your turn. Because there they had a very small course of Ralph Michaels before the Congress. And I had prepared a class about private international and comparative law. I was very nervous when I realized that his course was the same topic. So when I presented this in Paraíba, in João Pessoa, to differentiate, of course, from Ralph Michaels, I put a little bit of this pragmatic approach, because I had in my profession had this experience of comparative law in practice, and not always these people from companies and the negotiators, they liked so much this legal diversity. They thought that should be avoided. So I also examined what was the movement towards uniformization, creation of model contracts. So at that time, we already covered some of the transformations towards the century 21, the question of the emergence of these powerful state companies. I have this professional history of having worked more than 20 years in a state company. And I was there when it started its internationalization process. That was in the 90s, that was in the 80s. So when I talk to my undergraduate students, examples of the 80s, they think it's so old that I was very happy when Daniela the other day shared a very interesting text with other professors of international law saying why it was important to comment old cases. I said, oh, that's great, Daniela, I'm so thankful to you. So we mentioned these issues. We were talking about the question of comparative law to an audience of students that are interested in international law, but not all of them have this awareness of the importance of comparative law. But actually, another issue that I mentioned that's very important in professional life, and the topic that José Augusto and myself will cover in a parallel section after 4:30, is exactly one that shows the importance of interdisciplinarity, because it's the topic of the complex contracts. So I also commented at that time authors beyond the most famous ones that we're always speaking about, but that were very important for our building up of our background at UERJ. And I could not avoid mentioning and honoring the memory of Professor Jacob Dollinger, who was our professor in private international law. Maybe internationally, he could have been more well known than he became, but he also was one of the few Brazilians that gave a course in The Hague. And he was the one who brought Professor Junger to our university. So Professor Junger is very frequent in our bibliography. The students of graduate course that are here today, I'm happy they are here because they know what I'm saying is true. They have to read the Junger. Even the ones who came from public international law and had never really read a lot about private international law, now they are becoming aware of the pitfalls of disdaining comparison. That's one of Junger's favorite expression. And he's very critical of this American conflicts revolution. And he's so strong in his criticism about this lack of awareness about the importance of comparative law in education, that he even says that the neglect of comparative law is close to educational malpractice. Talking about that malpractice in the States, that is strong. So what we said there, and now Diego can be sure that we quote him in Brazil, because this was not planned. I took it part of a presentation that I made in Paraíba for a lot of Northeast students that now they know that there's a guy called Direito who talks about um direito comparável para o direito internacional de nossos dias. And so that's what I did there. I shared some of the thoughts of Professor Diego Arroyo. And in that event, I also honored not only the older guys, like some of them are not with us anymore, like Jacob Doringer that I already mentioned, but Eric Jane, who was the professor of Claudio Marques, Werner Goldsmith, which was the first one that I read that mentioned the bill as a law of tolerance, and that's very contemporary now, and my colleagues, like Claudio Marques, Nádia de Araújo, Carmen Tiburcio, who, although they are younger than myself, they also serve as a reference. So, in the closing today, I would like to finish quoting this book. It's not the one that I brought today. You see, Catarina, you can see. Another one by you and Diego that I brought today. I showed in the break when you were not present, but the one that I show here was also promoted during the meeting there in Fukuoka. So that was a life-changing experience to be able to that conference in Japan. So that's one of the big ideas that I'd like to share with you before handing the word to each of you. The Academy encourages us to go outwards, to go out of the territorialism. Because of course we can read, can be in our libraries, but Augusto was there with me in Hamburgo. So when we are in that library in Max Planck, we feel more international because we share that room. Of course, I shared that year with many people from China and other countries. When they started talking about COVID, I was slightly worried. I did not know yet what it would come after that. But I came back late February, arriving in Rio March 1st, and the library was crowded when I left. So there are people studying comparative law there. But when you go to the academy meeting or a congress, which I encourage you, although tomorrow is the day to talk about the congress in Paraguay, Alexandre will do it much better than myself, I'm sure. But we listen to people from administrative law, from all the matters that are showed just the book, or even when I circulate this in this small book that I showed that I organized it with Gustavo Petedino with the Brazilian reports. And I got this encouragement from you guys when we had the breakfast of the executive committee. So I thank you all for allowing me this extra 15 minutes. And I would like now, if Catarina bears with us, she will be able to get to know, because that's the idea. It's a meeting, it's not a big conference. So I will start, and I will ask each of you to come here because of the mic, because it's not a, as a, so we'll start with Fabrício Pulido, who is the professor of the Federal University of Minas Gerais, a brilliant, if I call him young, maybe he's a bit angry, so a brilliant scholar. That's
Thank you, Catarina. We met for the first time in the AZD conference in Montevideo, Uruguay. So, Buenos Aires, just recovering my mind here. So it's an honor to be here again. And please feel free to come back to us when you when we finish this round of presentations.
Hello. My name is Valesca Heiser. I'm from. Sorry. 2 years with. My name is Valesca Heiser. I'm from Universidade Federal do Espírito Santo. I'm so glad to be here. And it's a pleasure. Yes, we study the international procedural law, and it's nice and very glad to be here and help with it. Thank you.
I should add a lot because Valesca is very modest, so she did not mention all the network that she does with Latin American universities, network of the procedure law, and as I said, is the best place to visit in Brazil besides Rio.
Hello, my name is Daniela Vargas. I'm a professor at the Catholic University of Rio, PUC Rio, and we're 3 professors at PUC Rio, Nadia de Araújo, Laura Gama, and myself. And my main area of study is nationality, statute of aliens, and I've done a lot of research in these past years also in international family law.
Good afternoon, my name is Augusto Diego Jr. I came from Porto Alegre, Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. Frau Böhler-Belk, wir haben uns einmal kennengelernt schon in Montevideo. It's an honor for me to be here with all of you again.
Gente, eu só vou chamar hoje os professores, tá? Desculpe, embora todos estejam importantes aqui.
Good afternoon. My name is Vera Liquidato. I'm very glad to be here with all almost very important international professional law. The comparative law is very important for me nowadays because currently my investigation is the possibility to apply the most favorable law precisely in the international contracts of consumer. It's a great pleasure to be here and congratulations for the organizer. Thank you.
Now, Paulo Casella. Paulo Casella is very important professor of international law in São Paulo. I cannot give his credentials because they are very long, but we are very happy.
Thank you so much, Maria. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Paulo Casella, full professor of public international law at the University of São Paulo, and I thank the organizing committee and institutions for this opportunity to share thoughts and discussions on this topic. This was more or less the scope of my course at the Hague Academy of International Law in January 2020 on international law, history, and culture. So I do not feel totally busy with the colleagues working more closely with comparative law, like my colleague, Professor Augusto von Costa. So thanks for the opportunity, and we have worked together in this room, in this institution, and with all the colleagues, both present and connected online. So thank you.
José Augusto. Now, Professor José Augusto Fontoura Costa, who was there in Fukuoka, so you probably met them. I don't know, but
thank you, Maria. Thank you, Catherine. It's nice to see you again. Yes, I remember talking to you in Fukuoka. So, like Professor Casella, I'm also okay. Like Professor Casella, I also am professor of international law at São Paulo University, and I have been working since 10 years in comparative law courses, both undergraduate and undergraduate courses. It's interesting to say that at our university, the department is the Department of International and Comparative Law. So we have been working a lot on these issues, and I'm very pleased to meet you again. And I also like to thank you, Marilda, very much again, other co-organizers and co-hosts for this nice opportunity. Thank you.
I take this opportunity to give to José Augusto. It's not my fault, it's fault of the pandemic. We only saw ourselves through the internet. He's a co-author of this book, so if he wants, he can circulate it, but it's his issue. Now, last but not least, we have two more, because we have Inês Lopes, that I thank to Valesca that got Inês to come. I was very much afraid she could not join us.
Thank you so much. I almost could not join, but I think I'm okay. I had some personal problems that make my life worse, but it's life that continues to run. But first of all, I'd like to thank you all for this wonderful meeting, to see you all here again. I know you are with good health, and at least good in all sense. To see you again, I'm so glad. I'm a single professor at the University of Brasilia. Apart from me, the other professor has retired in 1980. So I have the responsibility to teach private international law in the center of Brazil, and I'm very pleased to do that. My research is related to several issues. We have met Professor Catarina as Buenos Aires, as Patrícia said, but I know you from your papers that I like so much. And also I'm inspired to discuss some issues on family law, on same-sex relationship that I read very carefully your paper. And also I'm studying on consumer law and also on civil procedure law, making this network that Professor Marilda Rosado has had. And I do a lot of work with my students. And currently, we are developing new area concerning torts or civil liability on transports. And it's very interesting. This new topic is on that. Some of them are very old, as civil liability concerning consumer and private international law relations, but also the privatization of space as bringing private international law on outer space issues that I'm also studying. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for everything. This is our book from a partnership with Professor Valesca that we've been doing about the challenge for private international law issue in a contemporary society, that I have an opportunity to have several of you here in our Congress, but I will invite you all, and I hope to see you after the pandemic in the next events of this continue discussing this challenge, as Professor Catarina has said, and also Marilda, about how to face the problems we have been studying and what solutions we should think of to make people happy. Thank you so much.
Now, last but not least, although he's not in the program, he honored us with his presence, Professor Carlos Vinicius, with from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. He made his master's and his PhD here in UERJ, and I cannot avoid calling him to say hello.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm very glad to be here and to get to know virtually Professor Belivenk, as I am a great admirer of her work, and I have used lots of her written works for my researches and for my PhD on international family law I did in France. I'm an associate professor on private international law and civil law at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, where I'm also the head of the Department of Civil Law. Finally, I would like to say that I'm very glad to be here. As my former tutor maybe does not remember, but she was the one who introduced me to comparative law. I would say maybe it's not very kind, but some years ago, as I had the honor to be her first graduate students who wrote an LLM under her tuition, I had this honor. But she was the one who introduced me to comparative law. I remember with Mr. René Davin in one of her classes. To finish, I would like to say that I'm very glad to watch this seminar from the academy here, as I'm also interested in comparative law. This year, in 2022, our law school will start with courses on comparative law, with private comparative law. Last year, I had a very lucky opportunity. I was awarded a Von Kauke scholarship to the Swiss Institute of Comparative Law in Lausanne. It was a great opportunity and in a certain way inspired me a lot. It confirmed my passion for comparative law. Thank you very much. And congratulations to Professor Marilda once more for, as I think she was a leading professor on getting people together and organizing marvelous seminars. Thank you very much.
Now we are approaching the coffee break, and I have to be just there. I have to ask Alexander, who was from the organizing committee, if he wants to say a word. Why not? So you never see him, Catherine, so I'll give you this chance. But the guys,
Well, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and we've been working hard for the last month, thanks to the incredible team. And I will just introduce myself. I'm Alexandre Salianic, I'm the Deputy Secretary General, and I will be there back tomorrow to talk about the Asunción General Congress. But I would just like to say a big thanks to the entire team for this amazing effort. I know it's been really a long road that we were working on this. We weren't sure it would be able to be in presence, and so I'm just glad that it's working out. Thank you.
Caterina, just to say farewell, I have to tell you, I have, number one, to thank Diego, because he had faith more than myself. I'm very optimistic, very positive, but I was really fearing because UERJ had suspended presidential tests. We didn't think it would be possible. We proposed to postpone. And he said, just like Juncker would do it. No, imagine. It should be presidential. So Valesca and Nadia believed in that with me. So each time I would talk to Valesca, I would say farewell, saying, I love you, because that's what she says. So we have to tell you this as well. We love you. Thank you very much. I love you all. Agora pronto, break, que aí quando você for bem, dá um pão para café.
Welcome again. Launching now the panel on specific. Welcome again. We are launching now the panel on private international law. The topic selected by this panel is, in particular, cultural comparison as a foundation for a new private international law. And the idea is not only going back to the traditional relationship between comparative methodology and private international law, which are, as all of us know very well, two dimensions of the legal knowledge, which are intimately intertwined. The idea is to go further, to try to look beyond what we did in the past and try to see if comparison can be the base for a new foundation of private international. Personally, I think that it is the case, and many issues in the real life show that every single day. But I would like to give the floor to the various specialists, and we have three prominent professors of different regions of Brazil with me here in this part. And I will give, first of all, the floor to Professor Ines Lopez from the University of Brasilia. Then I will invite Professor Paulo Borgesella, the University of Sao Paulo. And finally, I will give the floor to my colleague, Fabrício Pulido, who will start the Inescapable. Then, sin más delongas. Yes.
Muito obrigada. Thank you very much, Professor Direito. How are you? First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this Inescapable comparative approach meeting. And I'm very glad to share this session with Professor Pulido and Professor Paulo Borgesella. And I'd like also to thank you, the organizing professors of our faculty for this meeting, Professor Bayuda, and Professor Vieira Arroyo, Professor Alice Heiser, Professor Araújo, and Alexandre. This has been wonderful. Thank you so much. And also I'd like to register my special thanks to Professor Bayuda Rosato, who really articulate to bring the out to Latin American communities. My presentation will focus on the title of some reflections on the cultural comparison as a foundation for new practice in international law. The main objective is to present the communication between practice international law and comparative law, and some issues related to the cultural dimension of private international relations. To start, I'd like to highlight that law is a cultural set arising from culture of a given society, basing on different values agreed upon by its members. This particularism of diversity makes the international society composed by sovereign states with different cultures, traditions, and also other people who are not involved as sovereign state, but also is part of international society. Consequently, the main feature of international society is the plurality of normative source and diversity of contemporary legal system. This pluralism of legal source and diversity of legal system are the two aspects of the studies of both private international law and comparative law. However, both are autonomous branch of legal science. However, the scope of practice international law and comparative law are quite different. Although comparative law is important too for practice international law, Professor Arroyo asserts that the traditional concept of comparative law is not adequate to the current reality. The comparative methodology is also unsatisfactory, and the new practice international law is no longer the traditional one. We also observe the professor from so that says the comparative law also does not constitute a system of transnational. In this context, this paper analyzes the relationship between practice international law and comparative law for solutions of international and practice international relations. Based on a qualitative and comparative method, this work studied how cultural comparison is one of the relations of practice international and the contemporary society. When we talk about practice international law in contemporary society, we have to talk about globalization. Globalization is a phenomenon that is responsible for multiple transformation in our society. Highlight some of this change. We see the strengthening of international trade, expansion of competition in the global market, but at the same time we see the fragility of world geopolitics and the relativization of the notion of time and space, the modernization of means of transport, the disruptive communication technology, bringing some issues like information society and also disinformation society. And all of these consequently make societies increasingly interconnected with very intercultural exchange. Globalization is not only the free movement of goods, service, capital, or people. Judicial globalization is a product to ensure cross-border flow. Professor Roseno asserts that it's obvious that cross-border flow of legal concepts and principles cannot longer be interrupted at national level. The institutionalization of international society in 19th and 20th centuries resulted in the creation of a number of national and international intergovernmental and non-governmental institutions. And therefore, these bodies are responsible for the elaboration of common standards that require a comprehensive comparative knowledge and analysis, as stated by Professor Bazegato. Among the intergovernmental organizations that has created, we have the International Maritime Law, International Civil Aviation Organization, the Hague Conference, Comparative International Law, and so on. On the regional level, we also have the Organization of American States, and related to integration, we have the Mercosur, or European Union, and also we have the Organization for Organization of Business Law in Africa, OHA. On the other hand, we have among non-governmental institutions the American Association of Practice International Law, ASAP, the IALC, Greenpeace, and so on. It's important, furthermore, judicial globalization is responsible for growing the unification and harmonization of international legal norms. In this sense, we're going to see, as Professor Catarina has pointed out, a movement from top-down approach and bottom-up approach of using international legal norms. Professor Fracasson states that legal globalization is most diverse forms and to nurture legal pluralism and therefore reinforce the need for coordination. Practice international legal situations may be connected to two or more laws, and connecting factors in relation to person may apply the law of nationality, domicile, or place of habitual residence. For instance, the Bustamante Code of 1928 For instance, adopted the criteria of nationality as connecting factor for questions concerning natural persons. The Montevideo Treaties of 1889 and 1940 adopted the criteria of persons themselves. In contractual relationships, the principle of autonomy allows the party to freely choose the law to contract. However, Article 9 capped of the introduction of norms of Brazilian law adopts the criteria to govern the contractual obligations, the law of the state where they are constituted. To resolve conflicts such as this, it's highlighted that the techniques of practicing international law currently applied are useful but insufficient. Statement. For Professor Arroyo, the current practicing international law presents different profiles from what dominates the 20th century and point out three basic questions related to content, factors, and methods of the current practicing international law. As a content, Professor Arroyo points out the decline of practicing international law talks on the choice of law. According to the scholar, a substantial part of contemporary practicing international law discussions deal with the best way to allocate international practice among the various dispute settling mechanisms. The fundamental right of access to transnational justice is one of the equal and total foundation of practicing international relations. Another content-related issue refers to the materialization of practicing international law, which often associated with some typical phenomena of globalization. Materialization affects a variety of civil, commercial, choice of law and jurisdiction issues over substantive or procedural rules. As for actors, Arroyo points out to the growing participation of non-state and the export of national legislation influencing international normative construction. In this sense, we see in the contemporary society some kind of legal competition among countries. In the same time, in the same directions, Professor Michaels asserted that practicing international law, that traditional unity to state law can be extended to include non-state rights without any problems. Non-state law sometimes does not behave in the same way as state law. In the case of non-state law, these usually do not have final decisions, such as a higher court or legislature. For instance, the International Framework Agreement is an international bilateral agreement expressed by the will of the contract parties, an international trade union federation, and a multilateral company, with the purpose of establishing minimum standard of respect of human rights, fundamental labor rights, and other social rights. However, international framework agreements is not well known by the trade union, local trade unions, or judges or lawyers that work with the topics. As for the methods, the elaboration of practicing international law, Arroyo observes the residualization of practicing international law as a process of economic integration, such as in the European Union. However, the Mercosur follows the classical model of public international law in the regulation of practicing international law, both by national law and the incorporation of international treaties. Another issue, and also Mercosur does not have yet the supranational character, and all the decision, for instance, from the Common Market Council has to be approved by the Brazilian National Congress. Another issue concerning the methods that apply both to question of public international law and private international law is the adoption not only by state, but also by non-state rules. International treaty conventions harmonize or even unify certain international rules. take the example of the Hague Convention on Civil Aspects of Child Abduction, which determines the criteria of child actual residence to characterize unlawful transfer or retention of a child under 16 years old. On the other hand, we see a sort of soft law norms to harmonize more slowly and gradually. For instance, the guide to good practice under the ACCH 98 Convention Child Abduction, which deals with first supervision of the Convention, the Article 31, be related to the serious risk of harm exception. Comparative law is a use to know the laws and judicial decision on this subject. Thus, various legal instruments lend themselves to unification or harmonization, such as the international conventions, model law, legal guides, regulations, guidelines, and so on. Civil society plays an important role in building public policy without government. Social dialogue between national and international actors creates better solutions, taking into account the legal and cultural diversity. In this scenario, ASAD can play an important role in expanding and formulating rules of practice international law. A good example is the adoption of ASAD principles on access to transnational justice as a soft law rule, as a guideline that aims to establish minimum standards for effective decision in cross-border disputes. In addition, it's relevant to discuss some current practice international law in the context of teaching in the current matrices of law courses. Regarding to teach of practice international law, the resolution of the National Council for Education number 5 of 2018 established the national curriculum guides for undergraduate courses. What we see is that this law established international law as compulsory, not establishing either public or private law. Not all universities in Brazil teach private international law. And I give the example of the University of Brasilia, that this discipline is not part of compulsory core of the UNB law course. The teaching of private international law does not require a change of teaching of private international law, and not only the national private international law as suggested by the word, based on a comparative approach to the teaching of private international law. In addition, private international law is not a marginal law. Conversely, it is the demarginalization of private international law that occurred through an expansion to another branches of law. For instance, it's necessary to receive the discipline in the current context. It's necessary to make private international law compulsory, considering the global society. A very recent example that we can say about the relation between private international or national law is the law number 1100 of 2005, which regulates the judicial and extrajudicial recovery in bankruptcy. The Brazilian law has incorporated the model law of transnational service adopted by Untitled. And when you discuss these issues among students and scholars, if you talk about with a professor of commercial law, they are going to see insolvency, international insolvency as a product of national law. And there is no discussion that this model, this law comes from the model of Untitled. And another issue that may rise concerning, in the case of certain incompatibilities of the law, is domestic law. And you probably think that as a result of the interpretation of model law by national courts, and the question is going to be applied the domestic law rules or the international The dialogue between private international law and comparative law leads to a knowledge of other aspects and solutions for similar transnational issues. When I talk about private international law and comparative law, it's also important to say that comparative law is the academic discipline that channels through the inevitable cross-border flow of legal ideas according to Buzzard. There is in both law and sociology a true comparative interpretative stated by Favard. In turn, Harold Valadon defines comparative law as a great form of social communication, making all nations, states, regions, religions, races mutually and deeply know and understand each other. Comparative law is a communication, dialogue, integration for realization of social justice. Comparative law is an empirical method that improves our knowledge of aspects related to law of human society. And they're more or less successful against the buildings, social and economic conflict, stated Professor Bazet. It should be noted that comparative law in Brazil has a more pronounced relevance than private international law, as seen in the research on law courses in Brazil since the independence. Professor Valadão, in his studies, he presents 3 moments of comparative law in Brazil. The first it occurs during the independence of Brazil with the creation of the 2 facts of law in Olinda and São Paulo, and require different language as require different language. The discipline of law, people, and diplomacy was obligatory. In this phase of comparativity, we started with the introduction of study of foreign legislation, in both facts. The second phase of legal comparative arises from a decree that established that the criminal, civil, commercial, administrative law, constitutional will always be accompanied by the comparison of national legislation with national legislation. Finally, the third phase, comparativism, the decree 960 of 1884 established that the legal science will comprise the teaching of following subjects: comparative legislation on private law. The law 314 of 1895 recognized the teaching of law and established the 4th chair, comparative legislation on private international law. As mentioned before, the current resolution from the National Council for Education of 2018 provides in Article 4.1 that professional training that enables students to interpret and apply the norms of the national legal system, observing the foreign experience and compare. When you see these laws, we don't see anything very clear concerning private international law. In this sense, it's important to point out that comparative law science must distinguish from comparison practical methods according to RIO2022, since comparative law concerns the theory of law, seeking to discover the common background of law and incorporate of the content of legal norms. In turn, practical methods serve a concrete purpose, is applied theory. The private international law, according to Professor Jane, needs to practical methods of comparative law to resolve the conflicts. Briefly bring some studies made by Marcos and Sandra here about the colonial comparative law. It's important to highlight the contribution of this approach. Among these studies, it's interesting to highlight that the colonial comparative law examines power relations between legal systems or traditions. The colonial comparative law tends to respect the other culture not considering the modern law superior to pre-colonial legal traditions. And also, the colonial comparative law requires a broader definition of law that incorporates non-state law, but not as a mirror of state. The colonial comparative law can be an important tool for building intercultural dialogue, respecting the diversity among people. Considering the cultural diversity, it's important to say that comparative law is a channel of social and cultural communication in the contemporary international society and of a mutual respect for the diversity between differences. Law is a product of these societies, and global law is based on the assumption of unified common rights for interests of all parties involved. The functional method dominates comparative law, since laws must be considered in the function to solve the given problems. The transposition is another technique of writing international law that requires the use of comparative methods. This consists on transposing a right acquirable to the domestic law of the forum according to J. Valadão, on the other hand, says the principle of recognition of rights acquired abroad is the compliance with the life relationship necessary for the expansion of the human person in residence. To bring some practical issues, in 2015, the Regional Labor Court of Second Region recognized a temporary stability for an employee due to the birth of 2 children of the same sex couple by surrogacy. This is a case of a transposition cross-border surrogacy, and it may affect under the Brazilian law and before Brazilian courts. And also, what is curiosity in this case is that to pay the compensation is based on the best interest of child, applying the same law that's applied to women. Another example is related to the same-sex marriage. This is a very interesting topic to discuss on comparative law, because we have different approach in different countries. For instance, we have some countries which allows the marriage of same-sex couple. There are countries that allow the civil union, and there are countries which criminalize same-sex union. Only 22 countries allow the same-sex marriage, and 17 countries consider such unions apart. Comparative law reveals that norms, that forms of recognition of same-sex family occur through the elaboration of law throughout the legislative power or through judicial decision of constitutional court, as occurred in Brazil by the Agressão de Descumprimento de Preceito Fundamental number 132 in Rio de Janeiro. The Supreme Federal Court decides on the basis of pluralism as a category social political culture. In another case, the Superior Court of Justice, for recognition of a foreign judgment from Germany, approved the dissolution of same-sex union issued by a court in Germany between a Brazilian and a German. Legal and cultural diversity can prevent the propagation of certain rights in space. In Brazil, the law 11,2804 of 28 provided the possibility of payment of child support for a woman and unborn child, provided that the judge is convinced of the existence of events of paternity. After the birth of a child, the pregnancy alimony is converted to child support. The 2007 Hague Convention on Maintenance seeks to ensure an effective international cross-border maintenance, facilitating circulation of the decision that determine the payment of child support, but does not allow circulation of judgment related to payment of pregnancy maintenance or unborn child maintenance. In the consumer relations in the air transport services, the applicable rule is the Montreal Convention and not the consumer protection for material damage according to extraordinary appeal decided by the Supreme Federal Court. However, the Supreme Court of Justice in turn has decided that Montreal Convention is not applicable to limit the compensation payable to passengers in the event of moral damage resulting from a flight delay or loss of luggage. Professor Truxell stated that the plurality of scores demonstrates that national legislators and courts in different countries can resort to less textual and more theological interpretation of the provision of Montreal Convention. Countries have to respect cultural and diversity in globalized society. The principle of trust and mutual respect guided the international legal cooperation. The international obligation to cooperate and encourage free movement of legal acts and foreign judgment are found in the international treaties that set for rules on international procedure law, especially those related to international jurisdiction and recognition and enforcement of foreign judgment. Within the Mercosur system, the letter of authority gets a new look beyond the traditional international legal cooperation and foreign judgment that may be enforced through letter of authority according to Article 10, 19, and 20 of Las Vegas and Buenos Aires protocols. In this manner, a foreign judgment may be recognized and enforced through a letter of authority by the intermediation of federal authority. To some final remarks, the presentation sought to present some reflection on cultural comparison as a foundation for private international law. Both private international law and comparative law are two sides that communicate with each other, but that enjoy scientific autonomy for legal studies, each of them in its investigative fields. The current private international law goes far beyond the determination of applicable law or to determine the content. Private international law seeks the best ways to resolve transnational disputes and access transnational justice, including the appropriation means of resolving disputes, including ADRs. Although the institutionalization of international society has been quite intense with the creation of numerous international organizations, significant legal framework, the participation of non-state actors has been increasing as a just principles demonstrates the importance of these non-state actors and participation in transnational civil society. Comparative law as a great form of social communication and its method to support the solution of transnational disputes. So the functional method, the colonial comparative law can be an important tool for building the intercultural dialogue respecting the diversity of people. Finally, cultural diversity reviews the private international law, an important text in promoting intercultural dialogue as stated by RIO2022 in order to respect cultural identity of people. In this diversity that enriches the knowledge of both comparative and private international law to demonstrate that solutions in globalized society are global, according to UERJ, as global decision making does not require local actions. Local culture will design the best way to resolve cross-border conflicts. This is the important private international law course based upon a localized private international law. As a deep principle of maximum respect of human rights and access to justice may make people happy, and being happy is one of the freedom aspects to be valued
as stated by Matthias. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ines. Well, there are many things in this rich intervention. I hope we will have time to discuss about some of them after the three presentations. I remain understanding with some of them. One is to realize that Alberto Valentin was much modern than Ralph Michaels, proposing things many years ago, more evolved than those proposed now by Ralph. And the second one is that I remark in this presentation, which is, I think, largely done here in Brazil by professor of private international law, is the idea to teach with a global perspective. So teaching private international law, not as a domestic area, not as just, in this case, Brazilian private international law, but with the aim to try to educate new generations in different ways to face different kind of problems related with family, with business, with protection of children, etc. So thank you very much. There were maybe too many questions as to grasp all of them, but I hope we will have the opportunity in this very session or afterwards to further discuss on that. And I would like to give the floor now to Professor Paulo Bagacela, and I am sure that it will be equally rich. I think we have a presentation now. You need the microphone anyway.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a pleasure and honor to share this panel with my colleagues and this focus from the University of Brasilia, from the Federal University of Again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And this is on the scope of this conference on the inescapable comparative approach. It was this panel tasked to draw the cultural comparison for the foundation of the international law. And in this sense, I would like to share with you some thoughts that I presented in my course at the Academy of International Law in January 2020. That's all. In this sense, before we go to a pleasant intellectual exercise, the main idea is to understand law in general and particularly international law. It is required to place things in the historical context and also in the cultural context. So law cannot be understood and rendered per se is abstraction. It is historically and culturally conditioned. And we should keep in mind when we are in the present academic environment as today, not to forget ongoing conflicts that are going on, civil war in Syria, in Ethiopia, and in Myanmar, and the totally unjustified aggression, invasion of Ukraine, bringing back to us the threats of a nuclear war, which had been drawn from our eyes for decades and is now again at stake. It is the construction of law in general and of international law. It is necessary to put law in the perspective of history and then also in the perspective of space. Territoriality plays an enormous role. It is already stated by Montesquieu in the Spirit of Laws, saying that what was correct in one country was wrong in another country. And this is also a permanent issue for international law, both public and private. When we agree with this, we have to consider that these are just the distinctions that are drawn in order to teach law. To understand law, you have to pull different branches back together. And the impact of colonialism on international law was tremendous. And international law played its part legitimating colonialist procedures during the centuries and getting to its worst phase in the second half of the 19th century and first half of the 20th century. Another aspect which has an enormous impact on law in general, but particularly on international law, is the international protection of human rights. So the fundamental rights being brought into international law puts in the past the conception that law was strictly an interstate affair. It puts the human being in the center of the system. Of course, there are difficulties in implementation and to put it to work properly. But setting up a framework, an international legal framework for the protection of fundamental rights is a structural change in law in general and particularly in international law. And of course, we have present challenges and developments, entire fields of law that have developed over the latest decades. This year, 2022, it is 50 years since the Stockholm Conference that brought to the United Nations the concern about international environmental law. So this entire field of law, we have just some precedents before it. It was largely built along this half century. International law, to be understood within the historical time and the cultural context, in order to allow humanly viable regulation of the system of the world. It is a matter of looking for a theologically human viable order of the world in accordance with international law. The scope of my course was to show that without the parameters of historical context and the cultural context, you cannot fully understand law, and there is a risk of not understanding what international law is about and what is its scope. International law presents several technical aspects and dimensions. This is widely known. It is both as an institutional and then as a regulatory system of principles and rules, stemming from treaties, from custom, and from general rules of law and international institutions. But there is also another dimension of law that we should never forget, an essential human dimension of international law is namely the international protection of fundamental rights. To the extent that states impose themselves international obligations by treaties and custom, the institutional and regulatory power of international law limits accordingly the discretionary and sovereign powers of states. To operate a system of international rules and institutions, there must be limits to the sovereignty of states. This is a crucial question for the very existence of any system of international law. This is both timely and necessary to consider that sovereignty has never been a totally open concept, and it is more and more restricted to the extent there are developments in specific areas of international law. So the international protection of fundamental rights limits the discretionary power of states. The international protection of the environment limits the discretionary capacity of states of setting up rules and sometimes of going back to the past in the protection of the environment and of fundamental rights, as we unfortunately see in Brazil in the latest years. These risks of falling back into nationalisms, with all the ensuing drawbacks connected therewith. Brazil is a painful example of that, as much as today's Hungary with Viktor Orban, not to mention the outstanding present disastrous case of Putin's Russia. In which area do such limits limit the discretionary powers of states? In all areas where no single state can handle matters alone. Why do states operate? Why they need it? And to the extent they need it, they are willing to limit themselves and their possibility of enacting national legislations. Matters that are intrinsically international require common action of states, as expressed by international law and relations. Outstanding examples are such as use projects, rules, and owners' obligations. International law develops itself not because states are virtuous or altruists, but rather because they need it according to their interests and necessities, in all areas that go beyond the possibility of states acting by themselves. States accept to be engaged by international rules and obligations due to sheer necessity. In any organized society, in order for rules to work properly, they must first be stipulated and thereafter properly implemented in a way compatible with the contents and scope of those rules. A reasonable level of mutual trust is required for the proper implementation of such rules with corresponding mechanisms to that effect. Francisco Soares, in the early 17th century, wrote about the nature and the content of international law. And he stated that such law regulates states not only due to the force of natural law, but also due to custom of peoples, and requires concerted action of states to that effect. The foundation of international law, according to Francisco Suarez, results from consensus among states and stems from its usefulness to manage matters of common interest among states. Leges aunde adius gentium pertinentis, vere leges sunt. International law rules are proper law. Laws concerning international law are true laws. Suarez stated 400 years ago. International law can be modified and adapted to the changes of circumstances to the extent it depends on human consent. This is a fairly modern approach about international law, and which remains valid and applicable to explain how international law is construed and down to our own days. Considering international law as a series of separate regimes or as a whole, it can be understood as a legal or several legal regimes. These would be rules and procedures in several areas, which are per se international. Or it can also be understood as materially international contents in order to grasp the conceptual unity of international law as an institutional and legal international regime. Developments in several entire areas mark the nature and operation of international law. In addition to that, international law is interesting due to several conceptual and technical discussions which impact both the contents and the corresponding implementation procedures of international law. History, philosophy, political ideas, and literature are part of the subject and interact permanently with international law in a strict sense. It is not a matter of simple techniques, as contents are what really matter. As once a colleague from tax law area said, it is very hard to see where you do the methodological cuts in international law. Because in tax law, we have 5 or 6 key concepts, and beyond that, it is speculation. You international lawyers, you talk about history, you talk about philosophy, you talk about politics, and you cannot say you are out of scope when you are discussing these issues. Above everything, it is the human dimension of international law that cannot be forgotten. And in that sense, it is possible and required to understand the human being as the center of the international, institutional, and legal system. International law can be taught around the world. It is more or less the same, but not always exactly the same. I give you 2 examples that international law should be universal. The Chinese professor Wang Jie in his course in 1990 at the Hague, and also Xu Hanqing, with the Chinese judge at the International Court of Justice, and also international law professor. That international law should not be deemed country-specific or country-oriented, both state that 31 years or 21 years apart. But both Chinese authors admit the weight of history of each country as it may impact on its conceptual approach, its understanding, and its attitude towards the application of international law in practice. The central contents of presentation of history, culture, and the international law by Xu Hanqing in the collected forces of the day in 2011 is national. My approach is focused on the entire tradition of international law as a process at world level for the entire humanity and the relation with the planet. Our President, Professor Fernando Arroyo, just said that this seems to be a trademark in teaching international law in Brazil, just not focusing on your own backyard. A late professor of the São Paulo University used to say that you cannot do international law in your own backyard. He used to write. International law goes astray and loses its nature when it is no longer international. This may seem tautologically evident, but it is often enough not observed. There is a national tradition, and Brazil may be historically proud of its tradition of international relations and international law, notably concerning alignment with international law and the use of peaceful means for settlement of international disputes since the beginning of its independent life 200 years ago in 1822. Certain examples of Brazilian practice and experience are subtly mentioned, but this does not mean that a Brazilian international presentation of international law is intended. Historically, Brazil does not accept the existence of an international law for the Americas as different from the mainstream international law tradition. International law is a crucial element for civilization. The occurrence of international law marks the choice between sheer force and negotiation, or at least a change in the proportions of force and negotiation. Between the use of force and negotiation, international law arose 5,000 years ago, and it remains valid. It inserts itself between the use of force and negotiation. This has occurred since the beginning of written history, of which we have records around 3000 before Christ. Around 3000 before Christ, a stone block discovered at the beginning of the 20th century contains the text of the treaty by Yanatu, the Lord of Lagash, with the city of Uman, written in Sumerian language, placed under the protection of the main divinities of the country and the neutral third, Nazili, the king of Kish in Arcadia, to restore peace after an armed conflict. Legal institutes as sending and receiving foreign representatives, recognition of their inviolability, as much as the right to asylum, are practiced down to our days, showing important cultural continuities. The formation of an international system was a slow and a progressive process. To a considerable extent, this was accomplished about history, but clearly there are elements of international law that can be traced since the beginning of civilization, to the extent written evidence thereof remain. As the use of force does not lead to a solution among two or more independent political unities, because we cannot talk about states until Machiavelli coined the concept at the beginning of the 16th century, and not talk about sovereignty before Jean Baudin wrote the 6 books of the Republic and published that in 1573. But we can talk about independent political unities since the beginning of written history. And international law, ever since historical records have been started, has a space to play and to interact between the use of force and negotiation. The birth of international law must be stated very clearly. it was not created for peace after the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. There are people that they make fun of themselves stating that, but sure, this is not the case. There are international law elements among ancient civilizations ever since there is historical record of treaties, of sending and receiving envoys, and we call today diplomatic representatives, immunities, asylum, are international law institutes that continue to be practiced after thousands of years. The fact of having been practiced since the beginning of written history, about 5,000 years ago, is the best evidence of its existence, as I call the existence of international law beyond the Westphalian era. The terms used have multiple senses, and thereby they require specifications as to their scope and context. International law, history, more so culture, and on top of everything, civilization, may demand extensive and complex discussions about what do we have in mind when we talk about any of these terms. It is necessary to make sure we agree on the object about which we are speaking. Referring to Spinoza, that many misunderstandings start because people call different things by the same names or give different names to the same things. It is not intended to make an entire course about what can be international law in history and culture. But international law, as it is fascinating because it is more or less taught in the entire world. Sometimes not exactly the same, but in the main lines it can be recognized. Some shades of local color notwithstanding, these oscillations may not change the nature and the contents of international law. The phenomenon of nationalization of international law in the 19th century produced backdrops we all can notice that. But it is to be avoided and is something which is turning up again. We see it in Brazil, we see it in Hungary, we see it when the Polish Constitutional Court challenges the supremacy of European law within Poland, and we see it when Russia invades Ukraine. This is very worrisome for the world at large. International law is taught more or less in the entire world, notwithstanding the fact that it is not always exactly the same. This is what I expected could be useful President of the session, and my colleagues, both present here in this room and also connected online, to the reflection about the inescapable comparative approach. This is something which I am convinced that law should never forget the scope for which it is created, which is the human beings, and preserving the fragile planet in which we live, and of which human activity has achieved wonders, but also has multiplied disasters to many other species, and the cruelty human beings impose on their team, on other human beings. There is no wild animal that does anything equivalent to its own species as we do.
Thank you very much, Professor Casella. Again, there are many things, and I am very happy to hear some of your really thoughtful ideas expressed in the Hague lectures before the pandemic. And I think in a similar way I did before regarding the Ines presentation. Some of your notions are really very fruitful, and idea that we will remain surely thinking about. And one is your very notion of the possibility to address international issues, specifically looking at the national legacy. And the other one is the idea you mentioned at the end, but I was transparent all your presentation, which is the very finality of international law and of the law in general, which is the human being in the first motion, and all the being alive in the world. And international law is only something that really deserves to fight for, especially if serves to those goals, as Professor Casella pointed out, in particular to the improvement of the human condition and all beings in the world condition. So I really appreciate your presentation and very grateful. I hope that even if the presentations are relatively long, so illustrative, so interesting that I think we can still be here to really take advantage of the last presentation, and then I hope we will have a time to give the floor to the audience and questions and discuss, because it is really interesting what we are hearing here this afternoon or now evening. Please, Professor Fabrice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Professor Diego Arroyo. On behalf of whom I would like to say my greetings to the audience and also to my dear colleagues, Professor Paulo Casella, Professor Inês Lopes. And I think it's a nice opportunity to reconvene after these intra-pandemic times, because we are still suffering and facing all the consequences of the pandemic COVID-19, but also to have the chance to listen to each other and to get to know more about what we have been researching, teaching, and also discovering once again in the field of international law, private international law, public international law, and now with this happy re-encounter with comparative law. I would like to register that most of these initial ideas I had when the organizers provoked us with a topic about cultural comparison as a foundation for new private international law was also a way to check or to review many of the readings, the conceptual articles, methodological articles covering topics on private international law and comparative law as the main departure point, and also to go further in several other refilled and revised objects for this re-encounter between cultural comparison and private international law. And I totally agree that amongst the, I would say, Pan-American international scholars, there was always a similar vein approaching issues related to the cultural assimilation in the decolonization process, especially in the end of the 19th century and also in the beginning of the 20th century, when the first pieces of codification in Latin American countries, specifically in the field of civil law, were enacted, beginning with Chile, Argentina, Venezuela, Colombia, and lately in Brazil. So there is also a movement towards that, especially because many of the international legal scholars that we had in our continent were really and truly humanists. For example, Clóvis Bevilacqua, in the School of Recife International Law, teaching after was private international law. In comparative law, was a civilist, was a private lawyer. But he had an unconditional, inescapable approach as cultural comparison as the basic and the initial thoughts that he had at this point. And of course, we have to remember the importance of authors like also Werner Goldschmidt in Argentina, who himself was an immigrant in Argentina when Argentina scholarship received Werner Goldschmidt as one of the most prominent scholars. I will come back to Werner Goldschmidt afterwards because together with Professor Jacob Dollinger, Irineu Strenger, and also Professor Oscar Tenorio Valadão, I was hugely influenced by the thoughts of Professor Werner Goldschmidt. And I also agree, before starting the topic on cultural comparison and cross-cultural comparison as a potential breach issues, new issues in private international law, renewed and revised ones, because nothing is new, sometimes change it or rechange it in a way. I will go back to them because they are very important to understand where we stand for and what way or to which path we are going through. One of the main ideas to turning back to this particular topic in the intersection between cultural comparison and private international law is also to start from a contextual background of private international law and comparative law. Cultural dimension of private international related cases, particularly in the way how cross-border legal situations, cross-border cases are dealing to, and also the way how private and commercial transactions in private international affairs in the field of a family law, in the field of company law, or recently in technology law, will allow us also to investigate these complexities and also the potential interplay between cultural comparisons in private international law in a renewed way. The second would be the cultural exchange for some authors, particularly in the field of linguistics and communication sciences, would lead to also a potential contribution of how we understand law, legal rules, and how private international rules are able to breach the parties' expectations from one side and the other related to the potential cultural divergences and convergences as elements to understand and also to envisage new private international rules in those particular and traditional, if we can say, traditional roles of private international law, the field of cooperation, harmonization, uniformization, unification of law, and also more recently, the perception of the importance of recognition as an overarching value of private international law, as Professor Paul Lagarde in the last lectures in Hague Academy taught us. And it was a very inspiring lecture because it's the way how we can also go back to the traditional mainstream private international law where we are and how we can do some difference, particularly in times where exacerbated nationalism and also the foreclosure of private international law scholarship, particularly at the European Union level, did not give us or do not give us the full opportunity to explore this in a comparative legal analysis, and also in a way how also the academia, the scholarship in particularly Latin America can also offer a contribution. The third would be a cultural engagement, thinking more about the relational or subjective dimension of private international law, which is go back to the role and the central role of the individual persons, families in those areas where private international law usually deals with the constraints and influence of power, exacerbate nationality in some cases, and also the way how non-state actors will also play an important role, particularly in the field of lawmaking and decision-making in international family cases. Talking about the more recent lectures in the Hague Academy of Conference, Hague Academy of International Law. Sorry, I'm Hague Academy of Private International, Hague Conference of Private International Law, the Hague Academy, where important authors touched upon the relationship between private international law and this cultural dimension in the field of family law. It's a curiosity, but when we go back to the lectures in the Hague Academy, which are reunited in the collected courses of Hague Academy of Private International Law and International Law, we will find many of those authors that touch upon those issues, particularly in the beginning of the 90s, when many of the Hague Conference conventions in the field of family law had to face concrete issues and operational issues related to international family cases. And that's why this issue also came up when Professor Lagarde and also the former secretary, Hans von Blum, wrote a very important lecture on the practical operation of Hague Child Abduction Convention 1980, and the relationship with cultural identities and cultural differences. When I was searching on the material related to courses in Hague Academy to potentially offer a narrow approach to those issues, I found 19 results with this expression cross-culture and cultural, but not cultural comparison, which I guess is something under development or potentially to be explored for future scholarship in private international law. The fourth dimension of what I was talking about, context, would be the notion of cultural tolerance, not in a way to cover what committee played or which role committee played in the past, but more than that, the potential of understanding the cultural differences and similarities, because the opposition between similarity and differences is a central key, plays a key role in the way how comparative law is still useful and not only instrumental, but also a part of private international law, particularly when we are operating in practice, looking to the cases, going to particular law applicable choice of law issues, issues on jurisdiction, and everything about private international law in its, and I would say, three main fields: choice of law, jurisdiction, and recognition and enforcement, will push us as international lawyers to those fronts related to the role of comparative law in these cases. In particular, with regard to cultural tolerance, the readings and also the important lessons from the Latin American school is important to understand how private international law encounters cultural comparison in a contribution or coming from a contribution of Latin American or Pan-American international lawyers. And this is also particularly in our case, one of the most important heritages, if we can say, intellectual and scholarship heritages from Valadão, from Goldschmidt and Jacob Dollinger amongst us. So this is important to understand how this idea is paramount to the topic which we are covering now. And also, least but not least, to understand that there is also a potential cultural subversive role of private international law re-encountering comparative law. I'm borrowing this expression for Hefner and also Professor Horacio Buvat, which wrote one of the most, I think one of the most marvelous articles when she talks about the subversive function of comparative law. That particular article taught me so much because it made me understand why the role of comparative law could not be only marginal, but it could be brought to the center of the whole international law as we know. And how it's important because of these particular intersections with the cultural dimension, the cultural approximation, the cultural engagement, cultural tolerance, as we might see. And then moving to a second part of this presentation, hopefully this will turn an article or at least a book chapter. We go to cultural comparison, private international law to refute the idea that comparative law borrowing us or assisting us in a task of comparing cultural aspects of a particular legal system, a particular environment where courts are or have a very important place to role, particularly in the field of private international law, at least according to the opinion of main or leading authors within the European level, but also having so many disagreements with the American scholarship in private international law that is not only about the revolution of conflict of laws in the United States, as Friedrich Junger denounced it many years ago, but rather to a particular way to see or to feel, I would say, to understand the world where we are. And this is also the way how cultural comparison private international law will influence the first level of analysis, which is the normative or policy level. To that, it's important to remind the role of what is the cultural clashes behind the choices made by lawmakers or adjudicators, particularly when talking about courts, even judicial courts or arbitral tribunals, in the way how the decisions will be made. So there is probably one first layer, if we see kind of onion, and there is a core inside, this first layer that can be related to the cultural clashes, which are also clashes of values, according to Annelies Wiles, also important legal anthropologist and comparatist in the United States. I also based a lot of my research on her thoughts, because he's also, she's very comfortable, of course, as a scholar to criticize the current approach given by several international legal scholars in the United States and also conflict of law scholars in relation to the way how private international law is taught and also practiced in the United States. The next would be the particular fields in private international law affected by potential role of cultural comparison. And we are talking about substantive, procedural, and also cooperative field, particularly in what we could call a fourth pillar of private international law. But I would say that it's not a pillar. Actually, it crosses all the three sectors of private international law traditionally understood. So cooperation crosses choice of law, jurisdiction, and recognition enforcement issues. And that's why the potential cultural, that is, cultural views and influence that the Latin American school, especially in the field of private international law, has given to whole private international law scholarship when adopting the transjus principles, is a deep transjus principle, allow the private international law scholarship to reveal many of those particularities in terms of how international cooperation may, as I have been also scholarly advocating, converted international putative obligations and make states to cooperate and non-states to cooperate in order to favor more broader objectives, such as access to justice. In the way how, as well, public international scholarship contributed in the way how international fairness, international justice as complementary concepts also served to develop and also to deep the analysis brought by courts, national courts, and also arbitral courts in order to achieve a degree of material justice that was also potential and outcome of the public international scholarship to that particular cluster or sector of private international law. This is also important in, of course, making the exploratory research. We found, for example, the resolution of International Law Institute of 2005 that was commissioned to Professor Paul Lagarde, entitled Cultural Differences in Ordre Public in Family Private International Law. It's a concrete example of non-state law, which brings us attention to the importance of the interplay between comparative or cross-comparative approach and comparison to private international law, especially because in the recitals of the resolution, the rapporteur, Professor Paul Lagarde, probably influenced the reading or the drafting of the resolution. And there is important statement here that the respect for cultural identities has become a goal of international law, broadly speaking, a goal which must find an expression in private international law. So he borrows probably the development of cultural identities to this particular area, which is quite important in the field of private international law. What remains to national courts in terms of private international law related cases are those related to international family law in most areas, due to the fact that the rising number of commercial arbitration dealing with particular international disputes or cross-border disputes involving commercial matters are put aside from domestic courts and brought to arbitration, particularly in the way how the number of those disputes, indicators of those disputes are published in what Diego Arroyo has been written in the last years. They borrowed also this very nice paper on the deep nationalization of private international law, published in Yearbook of Private International Law, in which Diego gives us very important hints about the way how those indicators are not here, but the intuition about those cases which has been set to the arbitral courts, not only investment, but international commercial arbitration, will lead us also in a way how we can transpose debate on cultural comparison to the field of international commercial arbitration and check and potentially see how this goes far. And this is also one area where we could, or one sector, one field in which we could also borrow this potential interplay between cultural comparison and private international law, even though many international scholars, particular arbitrators, specialists in arbitration, are very skeptical when it comes to private international law, because there is, to put very softly, kind of marginalization of private international law rules or even state law in those practical disputes with arbitrators, in the absence of the choice of the law applicable to the arbitration, refers to rules of law in general, and not fix themselves in the decision, of course, made by the parties in the arbitration. But I won't talk about that. I'll just go to the last part of the presentation, hopefully just 3 minutes. This part is about how cultural comparison and cross-cultural approaches in private international law will assist us in the task of rediscovering or revising the objectives of private international law in regard to the 4 sectors of private international law: law applicable, jurisdiction, recognition, enforcement, and international cooperation / access to justice. I would strengthen the word access to justice in the pillar of international cooperation, but of course, this pillar has enormous dialogue or interplay with jurisdiction and recognition and enforcement. If we think about procedural level or procedural way, but also to law applicable. And I would give just a few examples in law applicable, jurisdiction, recognition, enforcement, and the role played by cultural comparison in those areas. We can talk about the role of cultural comparison in lawmaking, decision-making, adjudication. It's the way how we usually are influenced or we are persuaded by international scholarship, particularly covering private international law and understanding how jurisdiction can be divided in 3 areas: prescriptive jurisdiction, adjudicative jurisdiction, and enforced or executive jurisdiction. I like this potential way to see the word, how in practice private international law can operate. And it also borrowed for important case from the Permanent Court of International Justice, when the starting point definition was set by the court. And this is a very important, because we borrow this to private international law, also to understand how law applicable has to do with cultural aspects that will perhaps influence or guide legislators in national level, or even non-state organizations, thinking about non-state actors in their power to produce, to formulate rules. This is a very important part of the more broader scope of transnational law and the way how transnational law also interacts with this area. The influence of practical operation of public order, public policy, and this was a very, I would say, beautiful contribution from Professor Eric Jane when he covered the idea or the relationship between cultural differences and the shaping of international public policy in family law matters. So he narrowed down the analysis to family or international cross-border family law matters. And this is also a very important contribution of Professor Eric Jane, which I found out in an article published in those books that we never have access except for asking the friends to provide us with a copy of the chapter. But this is also a very important article of Professor Eric Jane, which for me is still very influencing, will remain, and is still very influencing to our scholarship in Latin America, together with authors like new authors published in the Hague collection by Professor Yuko Nishitani, and also in other different veins, Professor Hilda Silberman, which also covered the relationship between private international law, cultural comparison, and family law matters. So this is the way how we brought it. And to conclude, go to jurisdiction, recognition, enforcement. how jurisdictions to do with procedural culture. This is something Valesca, Ines, and I have been in the last 2 semesters trying to get the students, at least doctor and master students, to understand the importance of elements on culture, geopolitics, international relations in the debate concerning jurisdiction in private international law, the relationship between geopolitics, geospatial approaches, and also these ideas, the cultural elements, and also politics in international law, which is quite important to understand how foreign shopping, foreign necessities as overarching procedural principles guiding jurisdiction and jurisdiction rules will also be determined by procedural culture. And I've been personally testifying or witnessing this aspect when participating as a Brazilian delegate in the Hague Conference of Private International Law, in the Judgments Convention, and now in Jurisdiction Project, and how this cultural aspect involving procedural rules is also important. The cultural views on access to justice, the litigation culture is also very important in the way how cultural elements will determine distributive and allocative rules in private international law. This is more I would say, deeper analysis of what we have in of course, moving to recognition enforcement, way how cultural diversity in cross-border litigation will determine the role of national courts adjudicating private international related disputes, and the role of international institutions, and then broadly speaking, international organizations, non-governmental organizations, promoting a sound environment for enforcement, because also as I really grasped and borrowed from Diego's article here in his analysis about the fundamental right, enforcement as a fundamental right, re-elaborating another argument given for another important author in this idea that enforcement can be, but to be or to be considered a fundamental right, will also depend or rely on different cultural approaches of how particularly enforcement would be set to this point. And also cultural diversity, cultural differences, divergences will lead to mutual distrust in the field of recognition and enforcement of foreign decisions. The ideal, would say very aspirational goal in private international law in the field of recognition and enforcement would be mutual trust between international organizations, state authorities, and courts. But when the reverse situation takes place, we will find mutual distrust. And so also cultural approximation, dialogue, tolerance will promote somehow mutual trust in terms of how effective private international law institutions will operate. So basically, this was the main idea behind this topic. I'd like to thank you all, and I'm very glad to be here again. Thank you, Diego, thank you, Paulo, thank you, Ines, for opening so rich, enriching, of course, my dear Professor Marilda Valesca, for being so great organizers of this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. And in this idea of all the aspects in which the cultural comparison is needed has been really very attractive, and also the idea that we have the jurisdiction of cultural comparison, recognition, comparison, applicable law, cultural comparison, and cooperation acting as a kind of transversal dimension, like the distribution Fabrizio mentioned. And I'd like to mention Professor Jen did mention here several times. And that is always the case when we meet in many places of Latin America. We always don't. That's been the case for many years, several decades. Now, we always, in a moment, talk about Jane, and that shows how influential it has been on all of us. That is not by chance. And that was really and humanities and comparative hidden with 5% balance rather than specialist role. And let me introduce a very personal note. I am a member of the Equatorial of the European Academy. It was not because I'm valid from Latin America or home country or proposed my name was Jane. Who proposed my name to Equatorian to defend my candidature to become a member of the Equatorial. And he was always very supportive of all, not only Latin America, but in particular Latin American scholars, and in particular Brazil. Those Claudia Mahatis can testify on that. Claudia Mahatis can say more than a simple of James or adopt. I don't know, Marinda, I mean, somewhere we have time.
We can give at least maybe not for discussions, but we could give a break for 5 minutes.
I am not
There's
sure.
something available yet there, people can refresh, and then you can resume for the next session. I don't know if you have time for the debate. I don't know.
Okay.
It's up to you. Maybe 10 minutes. It's up to you.
I'm very sorry for that, but I understand. I perfectly understand. So we will stop here, and I hope that between today and tomorrow we will be able to discuss at this moment breaks of the following session today and tomorrow on the topics raised here by my colleagues. I think we'll really, at least in my case, I take any notes of all presentations were very rich and show all the presentations show that we are facing with a new way to deal with traditional topics, the new generation aiming to do the things, taking advantage of all the elements shared by our mentors, but trying to accommodate that knowledge for the challenges we are facing right now. And I think that is very rich. We are in our region many things to contribute to the evolution, in particular private international law or international law in general. And this section stressed by Paulo, and he refers in particular to human rights, but it's really the human being as a center of both public and private international. So thank you very much for the attention, and very sorry for it was too long the session, but I was really enjoying it.
So 10 minutes break.
10 minutes. And according to Marina, there are some references there.
El profesor Diego, como mencionamos, secretario general de la Academia, profesor de la Facultad de Derecho y Science School, director del International Education Center de la misma institución, miembro del curatorio de la Academia de Derecho Internacional Privada de área, expresidente de la asociación. La metodología del panel será la siguiente. El profesor Wagner hará una exposición y el profesor Diego pondrá la temática de Wagner y sus colocaciones. Pues ya desde pronto paso la palabra al profesor Wagner Menezes, agradeciendo muchísimo su presencia.
Buenas tardes, buenas noches a todas y a todos. Para mí es un gran honor estar aquí en la Universidad del Estado de Janeiro. En esta sesión, presidida por mi amiga y hermana, profesora Valesca Borges. Y también gostaria de agradecer a recepção maravilhosa que tive, especialmente por a professora Marilda, a professora Nádia, e também a professora Valesca, de sua equipe de coordenação. Foi algo que me deixou muito emocionado porque eu não esperava e também não merecia tamanho tratamento. E gostaria de também falar a vocês sobre a responsabilidade de estar aqui nesta sessão com o professor Diego, maestro absoluto, e seguramente dos mais importantes nomes de direito internacional privado e direito comparado em todo o mundo. E numa sessão como esta, é importante reconhecer seu trabalho, seu liderazgo, na discussão deste novo direito internacional privado e que também comporta uma análise de vanguarda do direito comparado. Uma perspectiva de um direito integrado, de um direito que utiliza uma diversidade de fontes que ultrapassa o pensamento tradicional de direito internacional privado. Então, no campo do direito, na contemporaneidade, se nós temos uma novidade, se nós temos uma mudança profunda da teoria do direito internacional, nós temos no professor Diego uma referência absoluta desse processo de transformação, que parte também de uma realidade decolonizante, de uma realidade diferente, de uma realidade multicultural, porque temos um processo que tem em América Latina e Latinoamérica um espaço muito importante de discussão desse processo de transformação. Assim, também, porque este novo direito internacional não afasta absolutamente o direito internacional público, nós devemos compreender esse processo também como um câmbio profundo em el direito internacional público. Seguramente, depois de 1945, nós tivemos um processo de transformação em direito internacional público que repercute em um processo de expansão da estrutura normativa deste direito internacional público, que é composto por outros elementos muito importantes, como, por exemplo, espaços de deliberação nas organizações internacionais e de modelação de normativas internas que são produzidas e aplicadas a todos os estados. A humanização do direito, com o reconhecimento de direitos individuais, de direitos sociais, que também, no contexto do direito internacional público, repercutem nas relações privadas, de maneira que nós não sabemos tanto qual é o limite exato de aplicação de direito internacional público, de aplicação de direito internacional privado. E, ao mesmo tempo, por conta desse processo de transformação, estamos assistindo ao desenho e o surgimento de outras epistemologias em campo de direito internacional. E se vocês me disserem o que é o direito transnacional, e se vocês me disserem o que poderia ser o direito universal, e se vocês me dissessem o que é um direito cooperativo, eu, ingenuamente, poderia dizer mas direito internacional público, com outra denominação. E nós, outros investigadores, temos uma responsabilidade muito grande. Em realidade, não é isso exatamente. O que se passa é que os operadores jurídicos estão utilizando as bases tradicionais de pensamento de direito internacional público, principalmente porque na Escola de Direito Internacional Público se tem o erro, se tem a prática de interpretar que solamente os tratados são a expressão de sua normatividade. E não é assim. O direito dos tratados é uma dimensão importante dessa normatividade. Pero, com este processo de expansão, nós temos outros institutos, outros mecanismos que estão influenciando na configuração deste novo direito internacional. Pero, os operadores jurídicos, que são aqueles que trabalham com direito comparado, com direito privado, com direito internacional privado, estão utilizando estas denominações e estão utilizando esta epistemologia tradicional do direito internacional público, que não corresponde à realidade de um direito transnacional, de um direito universal e cooperativo. São outros mecanismos. Existe aí uma diversidade de fontes, uma complexibilização do direito contemporâneo e de tudo aquilo que nós outros chamamos de direito internacional. E isso demanda uma responsabilidade muito grande dos operadores jurídicos, porque os aplicadores e intérpretes do direito devem considerar esta multiplicidade de fontes, essa inovação epistemológica, essa reestruturação do pensamento do direito internacional para a solução de conflitos privados e também públicos. E aqui nós outros temos exatamente isso. Quando, por generosidade da coordenação, aí sido invitado para participar, se colocou essa discussão a respeito da crise que se tem em Rússia, guerra de Rússia e Ucrânia. E eu vou tranquilizá-los a esse respeito, porque exatamente em las últimas semanas, foi assim 20 dias que existe esse conflito diretamente, vou tranquilizá-los que não vou dar um parecer a respeito de petróleo, porque meus conhecimentos são limitados ao direito. Não vou falar sobre o câmbio em las relações políticas internacionais e estruturas de poder, porque eu sou um jurista, não sou um teórico político. Não vou falar sobre sistemas econômicos e também a compartimentalização de nada, porque não me cabe isso. Hoje, humildemente, em meu campo de investigação, dizer um pouquinho a respeito daquilo que penso, da repercussão, daquilo que está se sucedendo, ocorrendo, e depois vou plantear algumas discussões para tentar demonstrar a inter-relação do direito internacional público comparado, comércio e direito internacional privado. Todos os juristas sabem que é impossível defender uma posição de Rússia. todos aqui sabem que quando, após 1945, se definiu o direito de los estados e se firmou a Carta de las Nações Unidas, se reconheceu pela primeira vez na história um sistema articulado de princípios que seriam observados por todos os pueblos do mundo. O princípio da livre determinação, da não intervenção, de arreglo de conflitos internacionais, de arreglo pacífico das relações internacionais, a cooperação para o progresso da humanidade e respeito aos direitos humanos. Eu les digo, absolutamente todos os princípios da Carta das Nações Unidas, neste momento, têm sido desrespeitados. Mas é possível, como a Lanteria é publicada na Carta Aberta, a todos os internacionalistas direcionados da Rússia também é dito, é impossível defender juridicamente sua posição. E é verdade. Por quê? Porque, em realidade, depois deste grande conflito da guerra, nós chegamos a um marco civilizatório, tentamos chegar a um marco civilizatório de estabelecimento e reconhecimento de aplicação de princípios que deveriam ser observados por todos os povos. Isso não tem ocorrido nos últimos anos. Se pode argumentar que a OTAN também, em razão da expansão e de armamento e da compra de armamentos de alguns países periféricos, pode ter desrespeitado os direitos da Rússia. Mas é importante que ter a reflexão que a OTAN não ha imposto com armas, invadido com armas os países, e existem mecanismos jurídicos para se questionar a expansão desses instrumentos. Obviamente que o direito internacional público, conforme foi amoldado em el sistema pós-1945, tem muitas limitações, exatamente porque a estrutura normativa do Conselho de Seguridade estabelece limites absolutos para a fiscalização dos estados, mas é normativamente aquilo que nós outros temos para manejar. Também não vou olvidar de que Estados Unidos ha invadido Iraque, Estados Unidos ha invadido Iraque 2 vezes, ha tenido uma operação em Afeganistão, e tudo, a organização, apesar de ter sido questionada, sigue com sua atuação, sigue com seus dispositivos, e me parece que depois deste problema em Ucrânia, e creio que em breve será resolvido, as coisas devem seguir também. Mas este conflito tem algumas particularidades exatamente por ser na Europa e por também ter diretamente envolvimento de outros países. E neste ponto, eu gostaria de estabelecer uma reflexão sobre a intervenção humanitária, sobre a responsabilidade de proteger e sobre os limites estabelecidos pela Carta das Nações Unidas. Como foi feito por países europeus em Líbia, por exemplo. Mas eu gostaria de dizer a vocês que, juridicamente, por o direito internacional público, não existe intervenção humanitária. Isso é um discurso. Tampouco hoje existe responsabilidade de proteger. Isso é uma discussão a respeito da responsabilidade de proteger. E tampouco também este discurso, obviamente, mais falacioso, hipócrita, não existe defesa preventiva. ¿Qué pasa? Es que el sistema de las Naciones Unidas, y ahí sí, creo que nosotros profesores de Derecho Internacional principalmente tenemos que hacer una reflexión a partir de esta realidad que se impone. Es preciso más derechos humanos, es preciso más educación, es preciso más tolerancia, es preciso más ética. La norma já ha sido construída, nosotros precisamos construir uma sociedade diferente. Obviamente que também nos cabe, como professores e investigadores de direito internacional, analisar exatamente o que poderia ser diferente. Como é o caso de direito de veto, que escancarou, que apresentou, que demonstrou toda a fragilidade do sistema jurídico internacional. E que, assim como em Síria, assim como em Iraque, assim agora em Ucrânia, a sociedade internacional está sendo outra vez colocada nesta situação de conflito que não se resolve em Conselho de Seguridade. A este propósito também, fato muito importante foi a manifestação da Assembleia Geral de todos os estados que han condenado claramente a violação de direitos em Ucrânia. Algo está cambiando, lentamente, mas está cambiando. E neste momento em que não se tem como falar de uma forma buena, apesar de la prensa estar tentando romantizar a guerra, ainda hoje, brasileiro que foi como voluntário servir em favor da Ucrânia, aí se encontrava em Polônia porque ele disse: quando me fui à guerra não sabia que era tão perigoso, então agora sei o que é a guerra, e fugi e fui encontrado em Polônia. É exatamente isso. Não existe romantização em la utilização de uso de força. Não existem heróis, não existe qualquer tipo de mecanismo que se pode considerar em conflito armado. A guerra é a negação absoluta do direito. Podemos falar em uma tentativa de aplicação do direito humanitário, como se falou, e que bueno que construímos o direito humanitário, mas, outra vez, se nós não tivermos consciência da importância da aplicação de respeito ao direito humanitário, para nada servem em conflito armado. Estamos vendo neste momento hospitais, escolas destruídas, atingidas, civis, toda forma de destruição. E neste tema da repercussão econômica da guerra, a primeira coisa que me vem à cabeça é que é preciso pensar juridicamente como as sanções econômicas podem operar. O problema concreto é que, tanto para a Ucrânia quanto para a Rússia, seu principal parceiro econômico e com um grande aporte de dinheiro é a China. Então, a China, silenciosamente, ha se transformado em um fator de referência em los desdobramentos econômicos deste conflito. Obviamente, Europa e Estados Unidos têm uma participação na pauta comercial de Rússia, mas não é tão expressiva como a China. Então, para que pudéssemos ter um mecanismo efetivo de sanción debería contar fundamentalmente con la participación de China en ese proceso. Y no me parece que China está preocupada con eso en ese momento. Aliás, los operadores comerciales, los operadores económicos estão não estão muito preocupados com aquilo que se passa com os cidadãos ucranianos. O comércio funciona, flui. Miren que estes anúncios, estas proclamações por Estados Unidos e outros países, Alemanha, são muito pequenas, mas estão aí sendo anunciadas como se isso fosse determinar a falência da Rússia. Não me parece. Os operadores econômicos seguem consumindo comércio e a única possibilidade jurídica que isso fosse adotado por todos os pueblos seria uma decisão do Conselho de Seguridade. Está aí em artigo 41 da Carta das Nações Unidas, a possibilidade dos embargos econômicos que foi aplicada a Irã, que foi aplicada a Coreia do Norte, pero que por conta do direito de veto não será aplicado para a Rússia. O que restou então aos Estados neste discurso? Adotar mecanismos de pressão que podem ou não ser legais. Por exemplo, à luz do direito internacional, estes mecanismos unilaterais estão muito parecidos juridicamente com a intervenção humanitária. Não são jurídicos do ponto de vista do direito internacional público. Podemos pensar os direitos humanos, o direito humanitário, os crimes contra a humanidade. Nós temos que fazer algo. Então, a los estados é permitido que apliquem a sua soberania, e sua soberania vão repercutir justamente em embargos econômicos, livremente. Bueno, talvez se puede pensar que los estados tienen ese derecho, que los pueblos tienen ese derecho. Pero debemos pensar también que otros estados no pueden ser compelidos a adoptar esta posición porque combateríamos un mal con lo mismo mal que estamos combatendo, la imposición de una montaña. Em razão desta discussão, então, quando pensamos economicamente, devemos pensar também que por conta deste novo direito internacional totalmente integrado, com dimensões transnacionais, com dimensões contratuais, com dimensões cooperativas ou comparativas, devemos pensar que os estados tomam decisões e os investidores, os comerciantes, são as pessoas que estão tendo que fazer estes mecanismos. E eu gostaria de plantear na discussão que será aberta para esta mesa exatamente nestes mecanismos. Se meu contrato é afetado por uma decisão de um Estado, eu posso invocar a teoria da imprevisão? Quais são os mecanismos que teríamos para questionar ou para buscar uma indenização decorrente também dos prejuízos que as inversões internacionais estão sofrendo? Aí, outra vez, estamos diante do que Diego Arroyo chama de pluralidade de fontes diante de um caso concreto. Temos um problema novo decorrente de um conflito armado. Então, em la conclusão, eu gostaria de dizer a vocês que, juridicamente, estes espaços de discussão estão absolutamente integrados e seguramente depois deste momento que estamos vivendo, o mundo se cambiará, o mundo será diferente e temos muitas discussões jurídicas que tocam direito comparado, direito internacional privado e mecanismos de discussão do direito internacional público e que a nossa responsabilidade como investigadores de direito internacional e professores de direito internacional será muito mais grande. Graças a vocês.
Graças a a necessidade de essa percepção. Deixou passar a palavra para o Antônio, depois a seguinte.
Muchas gracias, Valesca. Muchas gracias, Wagner. Pero voy a contar acá cuántos años hace que conozco a Wagner, porque él es muy presuntuoso y él siempre parece muy joven. Él hace siempre gala de que es muy joven, pero yo lo conozco hace muchos años, es más o menos como yo, pero él parece mucho más joven. Y yo admiro. Bueno, yo soy consciente de la obra y pido disculpas más una vez por haber pasado todo el día aquí arriba. No es mi culpa. Creo que fue Alexander quien me metió acá en todos los paneles. Pero yo quiero felicitar al profesor Wagner por su intervención. Siempre es una de las personas más didácticas que yo he conocido y puede explicar todo con un tono muy amable y bien, incluso cuando habla de temas muy complicados y muy graves, ¿no? Como estos de conflicto generado por la invasión de Rusia a Ucrania. Hay muchos puntos en los que yo coincido con el profesor Wagner, otros en los que menos, alguna afirmación, pero bueno, eso es normal de académicos. Yo quisiera mencionar algunas cuestiones sobre las que hizo hincapié, y como digo, quiero ser muy breve. Una de esas cuestiones tiene que ver con el derecho internacional en general. A nosotros lo que nos sorprende de esto, porque es verdad que ha habido otras relaciones del derecho internacional, y no me voy hasta la invasión Irak, o las dos invasiones de Irak, me quedaría bastante más próximo a algunas cuestiones, por ejemplo, que pasaron hace tiempo, por ejemplo, en Malí, en África. Hay muchas violaciones ya casi cotidianas. Pero en este caso nos encontramos de golpe por una violación muy espectacular, muy grave, de muchas normas esenciales, como bien señaló Wagner, de lo que es pilares puestos por la comunidad internacional después de la barbarie entre 1939 y 1945. Con la pretensión, por lo menos con sueños de que esto permitiera evitar situaciones como las que se habían vivido en el mundo en la Segunda Guerra Mundial. No voy a repetir cuáles son esos finales, ya lo dijo Wagner, pero es interesante la violación es tan grosera de todos esos lugares que se producen las reacciones que no hemos visto en otros tipos de violaciones en los últimos 70 años. ¿No hemos visto? Una es que la Asamblea General adopte una condena, precisamente porque el Consejo de Seguridad no lo puede hacer por el veto. Entonces la Asamblea General adopta una condena masiva, ¿no? Con prácticamente sin votos en contra, ¿no? Rusia para el satélite. Wagner mencionó al profesor Alain Pelé. El profesor Alain Pelé, en esa carta que menciona, es una carta que hace pública, una carta abierta que hace el profesor Pelé, que es uno de los internacionalistas más respetados del mundo, que es uno de los abogados litigantes ante la Corte Internacional de Justicia, en los tribunales internacionales. Él representa o representaba a Rusia en varios conflictos internacionales y él públicamente decidió, no quiero decir así, estoy parafraseando, entonces yo represento, todos los abogados representamos causas difíciles, ¿no? Causas en las que nadie cree, pero esto pone en inglés, enough is enough, eso ya es demasiado, no puedo seguir representando a Rusia. Pasó menos percibido la reacción del gran nombre del arbitraje, como es Jan Vandenberg, que era también abogado de Rusia en el caso Yukos, pero también en todo lo que ha seguido al caso Yukos aún hasta hoy, que también dijo, pues no puedo seguir representando a Rusia, va, digamos, ya contra incluso el nivel muy bajo de ética que se reclama de un abogado. Esto lo doy más, también estoy para atrás. Pero eso nos muestra dónde estamos, ¿no? El Instituto de Derecho Internacional, el Instituto de Derecho Internacional, que fue creado hace casi 150 años. Fíjense las cosas que han pasado. El Instituto nunca condenó antes una agresión de este tipo. Y de hecho, cuando se produjo la agresión, hace como más de 15 días, el Instituto simplemente hizo lo que hace siempre, recordó que los estados deben resolver las cuestiones pacíficamente, recordó una resolución adoptada en Brujas en el año 2003, y varios de los miembros del Instituto, yo lo llamé porque soy amigo del secretario general, como dice, una posición neutral que las circunstancias actuales no permiten. Entonces el Instituto por primera vez, igual, sin ningún voto en contra, ni siquiera de los miembros rusos, se produjo una condena casi la totalidad de los miembros. Varios se abstuvieron, por ejemplo, que son jueces de la Corte Internacional, o cosas así, pero ni siquiera los rusos votaron contra. Todo esto son niveles, ¿no? El nivel de violación cívica, comunal del derecho internacional que se produce. Esa es la primera cuestión que yo creo que hay que tener en cuenta. Después es cierto que algunos que tiran la piedra dicen, bueno, uno piensa que descarado que esté quejándose por violación de derechos humanos cuando han sido violadores de derechos humanos, viendo decisiones de la Asamblea de Naciones Unidas, múltiples ocasiones. Pero acá no es el ámbito del derecho privado, de la exceptional arbitration contract, la relación del otro nos permite, cuando el otro no cumple el contrato, yo puedo no cumplir. Ninguna regla de derecho internacional autoriza a violar el derecho internacional porque otros en otros casos lo han hecho. Ese es un primer elemento que tenemos que tener en cuenta. El segundo es institucional, también lo conozco muy bien. Es difícil ver cómo los estados intentan acomodarse a estas situaciones tan disruptivas. Una respuesta, lógicamente, podría ser la guerra. El Estado agredido, lógicamente, se defiende, otros lo ayudan de una manera más o menos abierta y más o menos abierta. Pero está el camino de la sanción. Y las sanciones se anotan de una forma muy compleja. las sanciones muchas veces se adoptan sin pensar en todas las consecuencias que tiene la sanción. Personalmente yo creo que no queda otro camino que adoptar sanciones. La efectividad de las mismas, el alcance, está por ver. Yo, una cosa que no coincido con mi partner cuando él dice se trata de una cosa pequeña, algo así, exactamente. No creo que esto pueda afectar realmente a Rusia. Yo no sé si lo va a afectar, todo por algo que conozco realmente bien, que es una cierta alianza implícita con China. Tal vez lo afecte si las sanciones también empiezan a afectar indirectamente a China. En ese momento tal vez Rusia se quede sin ese apoyo tan importante. Pero en términos económicos, si miramos el hecho de que no se pueden hacer solamente las sanciones, las acciones comerciales, solamente las financieras, el hecho de que no se puede realizar transacciones financieras con Rusia, con entidades rusas, entidades públicas y muchas entidades privadas que han sido especialmente objetivos de sanciones, incluso personas físicas. El hecho de que no se puedan realizar transacciones hace que, por ejemplo, los bonos de la deuda pública rusa hayan caído cuántos puntos ya y lo sitúan técnicamente cerca del default. Si eso se va a traducir en un default real o no lo puedo decir, no tengo conocimiento como para decirlo, pero indudablemente la sanción de un modo u otro, y no solo a Rusia. Obviamente, cuando se dice no se financia, las sanciones de la Unión Europea son cortar toda financiación a todo proyecto, a toda transacción en la que participa una entidad, Rusia en primer lugar, toda entidad que haya sido objeto de sanción. Eso se hacen algunas excepciones, ¿no? Pequeños negocios, cuestiones humanitarias, cuestiones de cooperación en materia médica, etcétera, pero las entidades en general tienen mucho miedo de no cumplir con esas sanciones, por lo que puede afectar a ellos. Y eso hace que estados que tienen una dependencia de algo, en algún modo, de la economía rusa, por ejemplo, el caso muy conocido de la dependencia energética de algunos estados, de algunos grandes estados, como es el caso de Alemania, hace que, claro, las sanciones para adoptarlas políticamente sea complicado y los efectos de esas sanciones permitiendo de muchas maneras. Una cosa es que determinadas personas apoyen las sanciones y otra cosa distinta es cuando le dicen, bueno, usted está dispuesto a vivir sin calefacción en invierno que viene, o tal vez muchos inviernos. Ya la gente tiende a cambiar de opinión. De todos modos, yo repito, me parece que las sanciones son inevitables, pero hay que tener en cuenta, y aquí es un elemento donde siempre caemos o deberíamos caer en el derecho comparado. Yo lo veo históricamente en la adopción de algunas sanciones y algunas consecuencias concretas de las sanciones en el ámbito, podemos decir, privado, por lo menos en las empresas, en las personas, y algo mencionaba, contratos. Los tribunales suelen mirar a cómo otros tribunales a veces lo dicen abiertamente, cómo han tratado la cuestión. Y las consecuencias son muchísimas. Y dicen, bueno, todos estos productos no se pueden vender a Rusia. Todos los que fabrican esos productos, los que fabrican los productos que preceden a esos productos, los componentes, todos ven afectados. Pero el que es acreedor va a intentar de todas maneras cobrar, porque ha hecho inversión, ha gastado, y ha habido en estos años, hay muchas muestras, no parece que siempre los que autorizan las sanciones tengan en cuenta todo lo que ha pasado con la nacionalidad. Yo les recomiendo pueden mirarlo, no voy a contar ahora, sería muy largo, pero en caso de empresas italianas, Irak, en relación con sanciones contra Irán de la invasión actual, hace 30 años. Caso reciente que se plantea en Francia en el año 2020, que tiene que ver con un arbitraje que los acreedores iraquíes intentan cobrar lo que ellos consideran que los italianos le deben, por daños causados. Después de haber intentado en Italia, van a un arbitraje y los árbitros dicen, es una de las defensas principales, de la empresa italiana era esto no es arbitrable. La verdad dicen sí es arbitrable, pero es inadmisible por fuerza del embargo. Y los tribunales franceses le dan la razón al tribunal. Como estos hay un montón de casos. Y tendríamos que tener en cuenta, al momento de adoptar las acciones, hacer un balance, y además de sancionar a quienes queremos sancionar, de todas las consecuencias, y ver cómo se protegen los derechos de partes que merecen algún tipo de protección, que siempre ocurre cuando se producen sanciones. Hay además cuestiones, y con esto concluyo la velocidad de que vayan a otra vez uso de la palabra, cuestiones que exceden lo que son los contratos o diferentes consecuencias que puede sufrir la población civil a raíz de la sanción. En muchos casos, piensen en el caso del señor nuestro, como Venezuela. En Venezuela las sanciones son muchas, múltiples, contra el Estado, contra las principales empresas, contra personas del gobierno, fuera del gobierno, directivos de las empresas, etc. Todas esas personas siguen viviendo muy bien. Y el pueblo venezolano, más o menos, para decirlo de alguna manera. Millones de venezolanos se han ido de Venezuela. Entonces, las sanciones es un tema mucho más complejo del que y hay un punto que decía que me interesa especialmente y que he vivido en práctica, que es lo paradójico que tienen las sanciones algunas. Se sanciona, por ejemplo, supongamos, a la empresa petrolera de Venezuela. Por razón o sin ella, no tenemos ni siquiera se sanciona a la empresa petrolera de Venezuela. No tenemos tampoco las consideraciones si esa se sanciona, pero al mismo tiempo se le sigue comprando. No tenemos esos detalles. Pero un acreedor de esa empresa petrolera de Venezuela, que se llama PDVSA, puede tal vez tener crédito. Entonces inicia el juicio o inicia un arbitraje. Inicia un arbitraje, ustedes saben que para iniciar un arbitraje lo primero que se hace es las partes de conflicto realizan el depósito que necesitan para los costos de ese arbitraje, que incluyen por lo menos el pago de los gastos institucionales y los honorarios de los árbitros, por lo menos. Muchas veces el demandado decide no pagar como forma de intentar resistirse. En todos los reglamentos de arbitraje se da la posibilidad al demandante de cubrir la parte contratada, es decir, hacer el 100% del anticipo, sin perjuicio de que tal vez en el futuro lo pueda recobrar ese anticipo, o por lo menos la parte que le corresponde a la demanda. Pues bien, se da la paradoja de que estos arbitrajes, por ejemplo, casos que se han producido, la institución de arbitraje, por miedo a ser sancionada por quien ha adoptado la sanción, por ejemplo, la Unión Europea, Estados Unidos, dice, no, yo no puedo recibir dinero de este arbitraje, porque incumbe a una persona sancionada. Y entonces la persona sancionada, ese ejemplo que debe ser cualquier empresa, ¿no? De cualquier país, o un particular, tiene un arma maravillosa. Yo estaría en este caso, defendería y tal, pero no puedo porque no nos dejan empezar el arbitraje. No nos dejan porque los bancos que administran el dinero de la mujer no quieren recibir. Sobre todo después de las sanciones que Estados Unidos ha aplicado a muchos bancos internacionales por tener negociaciones y financiar procesos de países como Siria, Irak, etc. Hay miles de millones de dólares de sanciones a esos bancos. La verdad que quiere meterse esa sanción. Entonces, paradójicamente, las empresas sancionadas tienen un argumento de oro que nadie quiere atacarlas para no ser sancionadas. Todos esos elementos sobre los que hay muchos datos parece que no siguen sin tenerse en cuenta a la hora de aprobar sanciones. En eso, los juristas del derecho internacional, del derecho comparado, tienen muchas respuestas para. Parece que no están presentes entre quienes toman esas sanciones o no son consultados, pero no estaría mal que eso.
Es complicado, ¿no? ¿Cómo puede usted evitar este elemento con la forma? Como decimos así, un grupo de salud, ¿no? Tenemos dos grupos que están capacitados, trabajando en materia extremadamente desde la del derecho internacional, desde el estudio del derecho internacional, derecho comparado, y muchos temas encontramos ahora en el proceso de tiene mucha atención de este conflicto, sino como actor de historia comparada. Puede también pensar el botín o menos una fuerza de presión también para las sanciones llamadas incluso atómicas. Esta creación de la globalización del sentimiento de repudio moral, ¿no? A esta agresión por parte de Rusia es una agresión muy realizada del siglo XVIII, la busca por la anexación, ¿no? Vamos a libertad. Y al mismo tiempo que se ocurre el propio, ¿no? Hoy, del siglo XXI, donde no hay que olvidarse la importancia de la tecnología, en particular la telecomunicación, y la presión que eso trae, ¿no? para cada uno de nosotros, ¿no? El profesor también nos llamaba es como si estuviéramos delante de personas con superpowers, ¿no? O sea, desde Brasil, desde los años 70, se puede actuar en esta guerra como lo mismo de las empresas. Y aquí ha sido insistido, y es una cooperación totalmente voluntaria, espontánea de las personas. Esto me chocó mucho al analizar ya este conflicto absurdo, ¿no? Aquí el profesor llegó mucho bien un poco la percepción de este sentimiento y al mismo tiempo una contraparte de, bueno, estamos delante de sanciones atómicas y cómo arreglamos ese impacto en el daily life. Pasaré para el.
Por favor, gracias. Yo imagino que después de esta magnífica exposición del profesor Diego, que si tiene algún investigador más joven que está ahí procurando un tema de investigación, hay seguramente encontrado la necesidad de una investigación a partir de la universidad. Y una otra cosa muy importante que el profesor Diego ha encerrado su exposición diciendo que los estudiosos de derecho comparado y los estudiosos de derecho privado no son consultados cuando son adotadas las resoluciones. Y parece que tal vez, no sé si terá un documento de esta conferencia, pero tal vez se pudesse, professora Marilda, se pudesse manifestar uma posição latino-americana a respeito da importância da repercussão das sanções econômicas em direito comparado, direito privado. Isso, graças a Deus.
Entonces, más una vez mencionar la importancia de este panel y aquí agradezco muchísimo a la profesora María, su sensibilidad que motivó crearmos ese panel especial. Entonces, esto demuestra también el compromiso de la profesora, de la universidad y ese espacio tiene con una construcción en busca colectiva por la paz. Ese es nuestro deseo, ojalá esa sensatez se acabe. Muchas gracias. Mañana en la CUT.